Hey everybody, welcome back to the Nerdcast. It is Devin, broadcasting as always live from an undisclosed location of the center of Texas on a pretty easy-going Thursday evening. How's everybody doing out there? I just shoved 2 delicious hamburgers down my throat. Yes, not 1, but 2. Homemade burgers, though, so the patties were a little smaller. It was still delicious, though, so I'm feeling pretty good. Gonna do news today, just catching up on some stuff I've been wanting to talk about. Might play a game later on. It probably won't be Tactics Ogre. There is something I've been wanting to play, and I've been putting it on the back burner because I've been so deep into Tactics Ogre, but God knows when I'm going to end up beating that game. I thought it was going to be like a week ago, but there's still just so much more to explore in it. So I'm stuck in that world for a while. I may be playing that offline more and trying to cycle on some new games on the stream. We'll see how that goes. But there is one that I wanted to play, and I'm sure if Gabriella's around, they would appreciate it. So there are a few things, and I'm starting the stream off a bit late. There are a few things I wanted to touch on, though. Lots of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff going on out there in the news. Politically speaking, I know Congress, the Republican-controlled House, just passed a bill to try to dramatically defund the IRS, which is hilarious. It's not going to go anywhere. The Senate won't approve it. And even if the Senate somehow voted for it, Biden already said he'd veto it. So, you know, this is just the start of what the next couple of years are going to be like, barring a wave of congressional resignations, arrest, or, you know, in the case of quote-unquote George Santos, maybe even expulsion, or unexpected deaths. You know, it seems like, you know, that those events may be laying the groundwork for kind of changing the balance there, even though, you know, the speakership is the speakership. The next couple of years is just going to be this. It's going to be the House wanting to do something and not being able to because the Senate's going to stop them. And then, you know, there will be your consensus bills. I know that the Republicans are talking about how they don't want to, like, you know, infinitely fund supporting the war in Ukraine, and fine, whatever. I'm sure to some degree they don't want to do that for various political reasons, but as far as just ingesting endless amount of money into the military-industrial complex, you know, broadly speaking, they're gonna rubber stamp those things. The military budget's gonna continue to increase. You know, there's gonna be a fight over the debt ceiling again. Like, they don't really care about the debt ceiling. All of that shit is just, you know, political showmanship. They don't care about the debt ceiling. They don't care about spending. They don't care about any of that stuff. It's all just, you know, a show for their ridiculous base. End of the day, the people who are going to want money are going to get their money. And anything that might even tangentially help regular people, it's going to either be born in the Senate and die in the House, or, you know, well, if it's going to help normal people, it won't be born in this House. So we'll just have to see where it goes from there. So that was one thing that came out today. There's a lot of stuff that's come out, you know, and I don't really follow it too strictly, but there's been some stuff coming out about Andrew Tate and all that sort of thing. Weird stuff, a lot of weird stuff, but the weirdest of the weird stuff, I think, and I have to admit, I'm gonna admit right up top, I am a fan of wrestling. I'm a wrestling fan. I've watched AEW every year that they've come to Austin since they started touring, I think. Just watched them a few months ago when they were here. Fun stuff. They put on a great show. But I haven't really been keeping up with WWE. Like, I haven't really paid attention to WWE pretty much since, you know, like, the Attitude Era. Like, whenever The Rock, you know, left to do the Scorpion King was about the last time I really paid attention to WWE. But I'm starting to pay attention now because there's just some crazy stuff in the news. It came out some weeks ago, maybe months ago. Vince McMahon was forced to resign as the result of allegations of sexual misconduct or sexual assault or something. I didn't really pay too much attention to it. It's been well established that Vince McMahon is a complete and total frothing of the mouth psycho, so it wasn't surprising. Triple H, Hunter Hearst Helmsley, or whatever his actual name is, I always forget. He was the one who kind of took over the reins, along with Stephanie McMahon, Vince's daughter. She kind of became the CEO, and they started doing their own thing. And it seemed like Vince was just going to float off into a retirement for a while. I say for a while because then he came roaring back in like a vicious, hostile takeover, right? Scenes right out of Succession, it sounds like, and muscled his way back into the CEO position, which resulted in Stephanie McMahon resigning and a bunch of others resigning, and then what started brewing over the last few days is the supposed sell of the WWE to various bidders, the most prominent of which getting the most time and the headline space being Saudi Arabia. So for someone that just doesn't really pay much attention, this was like kind of out of the left field. So I'm gonna try to educate myself a little bit on what's going on here. I'm looking at the Cage Side Seat Sports Nation broadcast blog here. They have the rumor roundup here for events selling WWE wrestler, pushback, Regal title, and more. So let's see if we could get a brief overview before we dive into some of like the meatier subject matter here. Now I've got a couple videos that I want to watch too. Speculating on the rumors surrounding pro wrestling speculating around the rumors surrounding pro wrestling is a favorite pastime of many fans, perhaps second only to actually watching the matches. In this daily column, we take a look at the latest rumors being churned out by the Pro Wrestling Mill. Yo, what's up, RJ? Now the rumor is that, it changes so frequently. Now the rumor is that it's either going to be Disney, ESPN, or rival wrestling company AEW merging and buying WWE, with the Khan family putting in a massive bid. To me, that's like the worst case scenario. I really hope that doesn't happen. Like, as much as I hope the Saudi Arabia thing doesn't happen, I also don't want AEW to purchase it as well. Like, a part of where I lost interest in wrestling, honestly, came when the or maybe it was WWE at that time, started purchasing all the other different wrestling outlets out there, be it WCW or all of the regional ones. And then like once they just started to concentrate, it just got super lame. There was no competition. Like I don't want like, part of what makes AEW awesome is that it's not WWE, that it's its own thing, that it's competing, and they're encouraged to be young and fresh and energetic and its own separate thing. And the second that they merge or buy WWE or anything like that, all of that goes away. And the same problems that encompass WWE will encompass them. So I hope that doesn't happen. But again, this is like just a very weird out of nowhere. Well, for me, out of nowhere, because I haven't really been paying attention to wrestling. So it's fascinating. If nothing else, this is a fascinating circumstance that's surrounding WWE ownership. Not for the, like, if only just for the Vince McMahon component to all of it, but we can get into that a little bit later. Important reminder, rumors are just that, rumors. None of this has been confirmed as fact. It's just circulating around the pro wrestling rumor mill. We track rumor accuracy in a weekly feature called Rumor Look Back. You can find it here. Remember, take it all with a grain of salt. Fair point. Rumors of the day. Well, it's clear the sale of WWE to Saudi Arabia isn't the, quote, done deal it was being discussed as on Tuesday night. There remains a lot of speculation that it could happen. It's fueled by the precise wording of denials, the lack of any comment from WWE about the story, even as it appeared to have an effect on the stock price. Well, that's probably just a function of Saudi Arabia being an active bidder. Like, they may not have won the bidding, but if they're an active bidder, then they're not gonna have any comment on that until the sale is finalized. So, good to take that into consideration. In discussing the tweets falsely reporting a sale and their impact on early Wednesday trading, CNBC's David Faber said he's heard quote from prospective buyers that it's very much unclear if Vince McMahon would really want to sell this thing. Wrestling Observer. Let me click on that and see why he thinks that. What the hell is going on with you, Mediaite? Why are you freaking out? Oh my God, what the fuck? Mediaite does not. I wonder if it's because it is. Wow. Mediaite freaks out when ad block is on.
Ace,
just mute that for a second. I don't know if Disney would be a good option either. Sure, they could use it to bolster ESPN and ESPN Plus, but does WWE fit their business model? Would they dramatically change the presentation and vibes? Saudi Arabia buying the company would be horrible because there's a lot of wrestlers with moral religious beliefs that prevent them from participating in Saudi shows. And the treatment of women too. Yeah, as far as Disney is concerned, the fact that Disney also owns ESPN, I think that it wouldn't be that much of an outlier with their sports and sports entertainment related section of the media empire that they have. Like WWE would just fold right into and ESPN's been struggling in the past few years anyways, so one thing that they would benefit from is, do they air Raw? I don't even know where Raw airs, or if they have anything that airs on anything other than Actually, I haven't watched WWE in so long, I don't even know what stations they air on anymore. But if they can get some exclusivity on an ESPN network or on ABC, then yeah, that could be very beneficial for them if they can, turn around and make WWE as popular, or at least seem like it's as on the come up as AEW does. That could be very beneficial for Disney. I think it would fit right in. It might prevent them from I don't know. The Disney ownership might prevent them from being maybe as extreme in some of their content as they had been in the past, but maybe not. Just because it's Disney doesn't mean that they're, honor bound to be rated G in all of its content. As far as Saudi Arabia goes, though, that's a whole different ball of wax, and I've got some videos here talking about their relationship with Saudi Arabia that I want to watch too. Like Saudi Arabia, the royal family, who would ostensibly be the ownership group here, for all intents and purposes, they have deep pockets. They could definitely afford to win this bidding if they felt so compelled to win it. I don't know how the FTC would react to that. Like, I don't know if there's any political ramifications for it. I don't know if there would be a push from the federal government to block that particular, selling that particular asset to Saudi Arabia. They are technically an ally country, although I will argue that they really aren't. But it just seems to me like there would be other issues that would make such a thing fraught. Maybe if we still had a Trump administration, he would be out there championing this, louder than anyone. He's kind of close with he's close with the McMahons. I mean, Vince's wife was in his cabinet, and he's close with the Saudi royal family. Like, he pretty much let MBS off the hook. I mean, everybody did, even Joe Biden did. After Biden campaigned to hold him to account, he still turned around and was like, nah. So, you know, maybe that's not as grand a point as it would seem, but there is a lot of like negative, there's a lot of heat that comes with allowing it to be sold to Saudi Arabia as well. So I don't know. It's a weird situation. Raw airs on the USA Network, which is owned by NBC Universal Comcast, and SmackDown is on Fox. Both of the current contracts expire this year and next, which is why Vince wants to sell now. Okay, well, that makes perfect sense. That would be perfect then for Disney, because then they wouldn't have to worry about those contracts, and they could move both of those programs onto their own networks, whether they want to air, like they could put Raw on ABC and then put SmackDown on ESPN, or vice versa, or whatever other networks they want to use, and not have to worry about any kind of weird contract negotiation around it. You know, that would work out pretty well for them if they could get it for the right price. And I can't, and you know, you have to imagine that maybe the rumors of Saudi Arabia being front runners and purchasing it isn't in a bid to drive up the price, the asking price. Maybe Disney was this close to actually acquiring it, and they're trying to see if they could squeeze a little bit more money out of them. All of these kind of negotiations are especially the ones that play out in the media, you can't take it at face value. There's always something else going on behind the scenes that we're just not privy to. They've got a huge partnership with Comcast Universal with the USA Network. Why is that being cut off? That's really annoying that this text is being cut off. They've got a huge partnership with Comcast Universal with the USA Network, TV rights contract, and Peacock streaming for the PPVs and content library. But when does their contracts for the PPVs and content library end? Are those tied into the same broadcasting contracts for their network shows, or is that like a different one? If that's a different one, then if that's a different contract, then that would remain in place. And you know, I'm not sure if that would change either way. I don't know if Disney would want to introduce a pay-per-view mechanism to Disney Plus. But you know, or maybe they would do it with Hulu. I don't know. I mean, they do have Hulu too. That's a good question. I'm not for sure. Peacock was a recent deal they made, I want to say around 2020. Yeah, so then their Peacock deal might stay in place. They might do, you know, if Disney did purchase it, then they could still just do PPVs on Peacock and have their broadcast shows on their own networks. It would be interesting. I mean, you could always convince someone to rework a contract too, just so long as it remains advantageous for NBC.
Overnight from somebody saying that the Saudis were going to buy it. That got deleted. Wasn't true to begin with. But it has had the effect of sending the stock up a bit more. What I am hearing is you may see a process. You might see some books go out, a couple of investment banks being hired to send books out and say, hey, are you interested? But I also hear from prospective buyers that it's very much unclear whether Vince McMahon really would want to sell this thing. And if he were to, he'd still want to run it, potentially. Do you really want Vince McMahon, you know, working for you, so to speak? So some doubt out there as to not whether or not you might see some sort of
it really did skyrocket,
really would end up with this asset actually being sold. And again, the Saudi thing doesn't, at this point, you know, it doesn't appear to have a lot behind it right now.
Well, I know that when Strauss Zelnick,
you would need, by the way, if you were Endeavor, you would need if you were to do it, one would expect you would want outside help in some way, maybe Silver Lake. Again, this is all speculation.
Right.
But we'll keep an eye on those shoes. You can see they're reversing a bit. Again, that tweet had been deleted, I believe, Carl, from earlier.
That's right.
From some gentleman associated with wrestling and marketing overall. Not that the PIF is not aggressive. The Saudis are. But let's just take a step back and see. Books haven't even gone out yet, if in fact they do.
If you get attacked and you want to walk away with your life,
what the fuck is this?
Use traditional martial arts. That could.
You see, Mediate, this is why I ad block you. I don't even know. Learn rat fight? What the fuck is rat fight? Oh, dude, they're about to get me. They're about to get me. I'm about to click on that. I'm about to click on this link because what the fuck is rat fight? You know what? It's best that I don't know. I'm turning ad block back on. Damn, Mediate. What are you doing? I'm not going to learn rat fight. Rat fight, it sounds like something that Vince McMahon would come up with. Oh, God, why won't Vince just go away? Lol, his ego is massive. Vince McMahon is a legitimate lunatic. He is an absolute psychopath. I mean, I don't know why anyone would ever. I mean, I can understand why, you know, I mean, it's rough. The whole his daughter resigning when she comes back. It literally is like a storyline out of Succession. I kind of want to know now. Rapid assault tactics. Oh, geez. This is already like Rex Kwon Do.
Okay, how you doing? I'm Dave Dirge. Welcome to the Rapid Assault.
Oh, I love this dude. Okay. This is already paying dividends. I love this guy. I love the mustache. I love his balding. It almost looks like a mullet. It might be a balding mullet. Like, this is a guy whose heyday was definitely in the era of the IROC Z. Let's see what he has to tell us about rapid assault tactics.
Assault tactics. Just to let you know, this course can be learned in a few hours, and that's the truth. This is a course that was taught to...
Is it me, or does he sound like Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force? Does he have that accent, or am I just imagining it?
Just to let you know, this course can be learned in a few hours, and that's the truth. This is a course that was taught to Navy SEALs, FBI, CIA, Delta, all types of military across the world. This system works, okay? So we're going to start out here, Dave. Come on out here. What we're going to do is we're going to look at what we call a
This guy does not have a
convincing
posture.
The fang and the snake. So what we're looking
the
at
fang
is
and the
something
snake
comes to me, say if Dave punches to me slowly, I'm not going to try to bob and weave, okay, and hit him, okay? I'm not going to try to do a block, okay, or anything like this. What I want to do is fang the snake. In other words, when this hand comes out,
just going to run through it.
This is the fang, the body is the snake. The key is what? You take the fang from the snake and...
What the fuck is he talking about?
He's harmless. So when his hand comes to me, I am now going to attack his hand. Okay? All right. Because the thing is, I want to cause pain to him. Pain interrupts. Okay? So anyways, we're going to move around. What Dave is going to do right now, very slowly, he's going to stick his hand out. So one of
Why is he sticking his hand out slowly?
Depending on where your hand is in movement. If my hands are up, what I'm going to do is simply parry this hand. I can parry it with this hand and let him run into my elbow. Now, when I'm doing this, my
What? What? Wait, so his plan is, if this guy punches me, albeit slowly, he's got to punch me slowly. He can't go too fast or it ruins the technique. But if he punches slowly, I'm going to push his fist into my elbow? That seems complicated. That seems like, first and foremost, if a fist is flying at you, it's got to take a lot of force to move that mass with any degree of velocity that you need to get it into your elbow, unless your fighting position has your elbow already in place. Like, there's a lot of movement and coordination that's going to happen, and people don't always, like, what if he uppercuts you? What if it's not a straight jab?
Back a little bit, and that bone, just that bone, nothing else but that bone, it's right there is what I wanted to run into. So I'm just going, so we can do this two ways. I can parry it and just guide it. I can just hold it up. Now, one thing I want you to understand, I am not chasing his hand.
Wait a second. If somebody just punches your elbow, they can dislocate your elbow. Like, they can wreck your shit. You can end up with oh god, I forget that baseball injury that you get in your elbow that pitchers get. Oh man, it's named after a player. But it's a pretty devastating injury. Like, football players sometimes get it, and when they get it, it can end their career. Like, taking a punch to your elbow isn't like an inconsequential thing. I need to see it executed in motion because this demonstration is confusing. It's a little confusing right now.
This is our window, 4 corners, 1, 2, 3, 4, right here. This is where the person's trying to hit me. If his punch goes over here, his kick goes over, doesn't matter. Right here is where he's trying to hit me. This window, we want to slowly close, okay? All right, and I'll explain.
So he's basically saying you just kind of shrivel up a little. I mean, it's a boxing technique too. Your hands are up, you defend your area, but like the way that he the way that he looks, the way that he just explained it, and the way that his hands are, he just kind of looks like he's saying, "Don't hit me." Like he's going, "Don't hit me." It's not. I don't know, man. This guy's not selling me. I need the live demo too.
So this is what we're concerned with, all right? So I'm not, as Dave sticks his hand out, I'm not doing this, trying to catch his elbow. I'm just staying here and letting Dave punch to me and move a little bit. So that's one. If my hand happened to be out a little bit, I could destroy this way, hitting his radial nerve right here. Radial nerve runs here and here, on the inside and on the outside. I could hit his radial nerve. Right now I'm slapping it, but I would just mouse it. Give a shot and I would
mouse it. What does mouse it mean? Like, he's doing like the tiger claw from like Kung Fu. So like I think he is positing the idea that if you rake your knuckles across, I guess right here, he's mentioning some kind of nerve. Getting the sense this dude probably isn't like a registered doctor or anything like that. I don't know if he's getting this terminology from acupuncture studies or if he's like a chiropractor on the side, but he's positing the idea that if you rake your knuckles across the inside of someone's forearm, it'll do some kind of nerve damage.
Mouse it. Give a shot.
Mouse it.
Follow through like this here. So I could attack that radial nerve this way on the inside. I could attack the radial nerve on the outside, okay? Right here is the digital nerves. I can attack the digital nerves by mousing it this way, or I can attack them with my elbow. It all depends where you are. So in other words, if he jabs very slowly, my hand's up.
Why is he jabbing very slowly?
If he goes to hit me, okay? All right, I'm just coming up and he's landing on the elbow. Right. If he goes to hit my hands out.
But like, he's targeting, this dude is aiming for his elbow. That's the problem. He's aiming for the elbow.
Okay. All right, I'm just coming up and he's landing on the elbow. Right. If he goes to hit my hands out, I can just slap it this way. He goes to hit, I can hit it this way. Maybe he goes low, I can hit it this way. So it's all going to be predicated in the fight, how you're moving when something's coming to you. We're going to go through this, okay? So with that said, give that a shot.
Give that a shot? What do you mean, give that a shot? He said give that a shot like, well, you find out if it's effective. I don't know. I'm just making this shit up on the fly. Lord almighty. A point. Here's a comment. A point of anatomical correction. There is only one radial nerve on each upper extremity. They run lateral along the arm when in anatomical position, with the palms facing upward, lying down, or forward standing, which is on the thumb side of the arm. The nerve running along the medial side of each arm is the ulnar nerve. Okay, so this guy, I don't know if this person is I guess she's a woman. I don't know if she's a doctor or not, but she seems to come correct with knowledge of the actual nerves here. So I don't know. Is this dude David Dirch?
Hi, I'm Dave.
Oh boy. Learn self-defense and street survival with David Dirch. All right, so this is rapidly getting I'm rapidly getting sidetracked by what looks to be a continuously amusing sequence of videos here. Self-defense technique when an attacker grabs and pulls you, okay? So this guy is just, I would like to see him like in an actual sparring match. Certification available. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? And why is he advertising on Mediaite? You'll learn from the best, as Dave has over 50 plus years of experience. How old is this guy? 50 plus years of experience. Is he like in his 70s or something? 4 black belts, 1 brown belt, and a resume that's impressive. That's too impressive to list here. Of course, you can see it. I'm not going to go to that link. Whether you're 16 or 65, I teach you skills today that'll save your life. Okay. Well, we know what rat is. I don't think he actually taught us anything rat related. That was just like make someone punch your elbow. Which again, I don't know if I would I don't know if I would advise that. It was also predicated on the idea that this person is going to be punching you pretty slowly. Rapid assault tactics ground training. Oh, this is 53 minutes long. Okay, I'm not going to watch that. This is an hour and 45 minutes. Let's just see if we can get to some highlights here.
Side.
He's wearing the same thing. I guess this is just his
like this, and it's going to go under, and when it goes under, it's going.
What? Wait, what was that? What were the drumming?
Just pulling it down, and I hit. So one more time. We're here. Okay. All right.
Okay, that was very complicated. I mean, this is basically just like. Oh, I love the war drums. This is a serious level of intensity going on in this small Radisson conference room.
Okay, moving right along. Come on out here, Dan. Now, we just went over the parks out. So we're back to this.
Oh, it's this guy
reference point.
again.
Now, before when I parks out Dave, he blocked with this hand. He gave me energy, and I trapped him up. Okay? This time, we're looking at this guy's real strong. I parks out this hand, and he still stops me with this hand. Okay? All right? Now, we're going to add a little bit of Kali to the Wing Chun. All right?
I mean, yeah, he is just teaching Wing Chun here. That's all that is. There's nothing rapid assault or tactical about it. It's just Wing Chun. All right, that's enough of this charlatan. Okay, Dave Dirch. Is that your name? Dave Dirch? You got me. I watched some of your videos here. Lord almighty, I don't even know. How did we get down that track? Well, we've dived into a very weird rabbit hole. Yeah, that was quite an expedition. It's basically Kung Fu. Yeah, it's literally just Wing Chun he was doing. So, I mean, he said as much. Well, if he's learned Wing Chun, I guess that's cool. I'm a fan of at least Donnie Yen. Anyways, man, we were talking about WWE and ended up watching fucking Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force teach Wing Chun. My ADHD could take me to some weird places sometimes. Which one of these was I on? I think I was here on the Ring of Wrestling show. Dave Shoemaker said Vince McMahon is back at WWE's corporate office this week and working pretty exclusively on a sale of the company. On a recent episode of his What Happened When podcast, Conrad Thompson claimed he's heard that if Nick Khan helps facilitate the sale of WWE, he'll earn a bonus worth more than AEW's TV contract is for a year. Well, I mean, if ever you need a incentive, I guess. There have been multiple wrestlers who have told me they'd leave WWE if the company ends up being Saudi Arabia led. Sean Ross Sapp tweeted. That's the interesting part. And to your point, RJ, I think that's actually a very big component. Like, Saudi Arabia is not the most progressive society, in the world there. And while MBS Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman has been making efforts to put a progressive face on modern Saudi Arabia, that's like been a big driver of his, because he recognizes, contrary to popular opinion, you do not go broke exclusively by going woke. Going woke can actually net you a lot of money from people who think that you aren't a frothing out the mouth, raving psychopath. And it's a pretty tough image that Saudi Arabia has to shake as being, frothing at the mouth, raving psychopaths of the Middle East. They want to get that money. They want to get that business. And they've had an interest in attracting more business to Saudi Arabia. But understandably speaking, people are a little bit cautious about going there, operating there, especially people that have diverse businesses, diverse companies, or who sell to diverse clientele. I can't sit here and pretend to be an expert in Saudi Arabian culture, society, or history. Suffice it to say that recent history has not shown them in a good light, with the brutal execution of the New York Times journalist Jamal Khashoggi, and their ongoing efforts of genocide in Yemen. It's a tough sell. It's a tough sell. But they're trying to soften their image at least, and they've used the WWE in that capacity for several years. There's actually this article here, and this is from several years ago. This is from 2018. Why is WWE creating propaganda for Saudi Arabia? Friday's crown jewel in Riyadh will likely be another infomercial for the monarchy disguised as pro wrestling. I remember reading reviews of this event, and they were not kind. They were not kind at all. They basically called it as much. They just said it was an infomercial. They said the matches were lame. Again, I haven't watched WWE in ages, but if I was going to start, I certainly wouldn't start with this one. They only just recently finally let women wrestle in Saudi Arabia, but they have to dress very differently and cover themselves. WWE has a contract with Saudi Arabia to do like 2-3 shows a year through 2027, I believe. Well, I mean, I really do wonder if it's actually netting a benefit for Saudi Arabia. If it's been proven to be a good investment for them. Maybe in the area, I don't know. Maybe in the area it's putting them in a good light, but for everyone outside of Saudi Arabia, particularly people in the West, I don't think it makes much of a difference in how we perceive them. In the aftermath of the assassination of Jamal Khashoggi inside Saudi Arabia's consulate in Istanbul, the reaction in the business community was swift. Several American businesses received pressure to stop doing business with the kingdom, and many pulled out of the country, at least for the time being. But others have stuck with Saudi Arabia, including one whose enmeshment with the royal family has probably received the most attention in recent weeks. World Wrestling Entertainment, the largest purveyor of professional wrestling on the planet, This Friday, exactly 1 month after Khashoggi was killed, WWE will produce their... Oh man, it was that soon. It was only a month after? WWE will produce their second show in partnership with the Saudis, WWE Crown Jewel in Riyadh. The first show, April's greatest Royal Rumble in Jeddah, I'm guessing that's pronounced Jeddah, is basically Exhibit A for the backlash against WWE. The event was almost entirely a lengthy propaganda infomercial for the kingdom, pushing local tourism, the claimed social progress of the country under Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and hostility towards Iran? Wait, that was part of the show? Hostility towards Iran? Vince McMahon's WWE is pushing anti-Iran propaganda for Saudi Arabia. Oh no. I didn't know about this little tidbit. The kingdom is paying top dollar for these bouts, and it's getting its money's worth, apparently. Whoa. Saudi Arabia used the men of the World Wrestling Entertainment, owned by the husband of Trump cabinet member Linda McMahon, to put out anti-Shiite propaganda. Now, I would have assumed that just the basic general stereotyping of characters in WWE would be anti-Shiite, but also in the context of it being anti-Sunni and just anti-Muslim in general. Just as a, you know how wrestling cliches can get. That's kind of how I would assume it to be. The idea that it would be very narrowly targeted to just being anti-Shiite is that's something special there. I'm curious. I'm curious about this now. Maybe there's reason to believe they are getting a good return on their investment here if they get to use WWE to put out propaganda against its regional adversaries. Yeah, 2017 was the first year they did a Saudi show. 2018 was bad. A lot of the Saudi shows under Vince as head of creative were shit, like some of the worst shows they've ever put on. The Saudis don't respect or understand the WWE. They asked Vince to bring in Yokozuna to the event, but he died years ago. Yeah, Yokozuna died a long ass time. Wait, when did they ask him though? Yokozuna, man, I like that guy. I remember when he died. They didn't know that, so they brought in a sumo wrestler instead. Wait a second. Did WWE just get another sumo wrestler and be like, this is Yokozuna? This is the guy. You wanted the guy. Here's the guy. I mean, maybe they can get away with doing something like that. If they didn't even know the dude was dead, then, how would they recognize? And a lot of the Saudi shows back in 2017, 2019 were all built off of nostalgia matches with Undertaker, Triple H, and Shawn Michaels. And they were all at varying stages of bad to horrible. I mean, all of those dudes are in their 60s and horribly broken. Thankfully, the last time they went to Saudi a few months ago, Triple H was in charge of creative because Vince retired, and it was actually a good show with no propaganda and a focus on talent. Well, I mean, that's going to be out the window now. The WWE's partnership with the Saudi government for a 10-year deal of super shows in the country was already controversial before last Friday's card, dubbed the Greatest Royal Rumble. It was one thing to run shows in Saudi Arabia, which WWE has been doing for the last few years, but this was different. WWE being unable to get women on the card was an issue, or in the stands, unless accompanied by a male guardian. That sounds accurate. But that wasn't necessarily a new problem as much as a conspicuous one. This after female wrestlers had been allowed to perform, albeit with concessions, bodysuits covering basically anything below the neck, in Abu Dhabi a few months earlier. The Saudi government paying what has been reported as being $25 million just for this one show, or more than $65 million if you believe the British Sun tabloid. Felt like a sign that they would get WWE to do whatever they wanted. I mean, if $25 million is easy spending for them for just one show, then why wouldn't they be capable of purchasing WWE in its entirety if they wanted to? The only thing that would be stopping them is, again, something from the FTC or some other arm of the federal government stopping them. Still, during the build-up to this event, there was little more than the usual hard sells and some talk of what a beautiful city Jeddah is and how wonderful life is in the Desert Kingdom. The show, though, proved blatantly, bizarrely propagandistic. A little over 2 hours into the 5-hour card, a video package was shown highlighting WWE's tryouts for Saudi talent that week. 4 of the best prospects were introduced in the middle of the ring by announcer Mike Rome, who threw to them with basic questioning. After 2 of them spoke, the entrance music for Iranian-American WWE wrestler Arya Daivari played as he and his real-life brother Sean, who it should be noted has not been on the WWE roster for over a decade, walked into the ring. Sean waved an Iranian flag while Rome introduced the brothers as being from Iran, even though Arya's WWE profile correctly lists his hometown as Minneapolis. Oh no. Well, is he of Iranian descent though? Like, are his parents like Iranian immigrants or something? Or was that just like a total fabrication? As soon as the brothers appeared on the entrance stage, there was audible tension in the crowd, which quickly boiled over into deafening boos. While the crowd likely didn't know about Sean's involvement in a WWE storyline that most closely mirrored real-life terrorism. What? While the crowd likely didn't know about Sean's involvement in the WWE storyline that most closely mirrored real-life terrorism. And that's a link. What? I don't want to read all that. This could spin off into so many different rabbit holes. With an attack clearly designed to resemble beheading videos. Oh man, my prediction wasn't too far off. It's not as if it would help. After the Daivaris hit the ring, they trash-talked the Saudi wrestlers about Iran being superior. With what was, in all honesty, pretty standard and benign verbiage, only to get bested by the local heroes in a quick confrontation. While xenophobia in wrestling is nothing new, using a conflict rooted in religious strife absolutely is. Let alone, I'm guessing that's supposed to be let alone in the context of what was effectively a Saudi infomercial. On Tuesday, Arya Daivari issued a statement trying to differentiate the angle and his on-screen persona from his real life, giving what was effectively a non-apology and later adding that he received death threats from Iranians. Oh, Lord. On Tuesday afternoon, he also blasted BBC Persia for doing a story on the in-ring segment without any mention of his statement about it. This is... hold on, let me see. Thankfully, the last time they went to Saudi a few months ago, okay, I read that one. If you type in Saudi Arabia WWE Yokozuna, you'll get an article from Wrestling News about the Yokozuna thing. The Saudi princes and officials don't know anything about wrestling, and it's funny. It's so weird then that they're so focused. Why would they be so hyper focused on trying to use WWE to promote, their so-called progressivism? Then why did they choose WWE? Of all things, is it just because it's monetarily accessible? is that really the reason? Why not go after like the NFL or I don't know what else they would go after. That's at least American driven. Maybe it's just a function of Linda McMahon having been in the Trump cabinet even. Maybe they just wanted a close connection to the U.S. federal government at that point. Not that they necessarily don't already have the closest possible connections imaginable, but I can't really think of any other reason why they would be, if they know nothing, if they have no functioning knowledge of WWE current events, why would they be so stringent upon obtaining it for its propaganda purposes? The people love it, and I think they saw WWE as an avenue to promote their country and try to paint them as improving in progressivism. It is very odd. It's so funny. Like how not progressive of a country do you have to be when the WWE is what you're using to promote your progressivism. The propaganda push had started much earlier in the card, right after the playing of the Saudi and American national anthems, an opening video, and a fireworks display, when the broadcast cut to the ringside announcers for their first on-camera. 50 superstars vying for the coveted trophy that represents historic implications, began color commentary Corey Graves. As we celebrate Saudi Arabia's progression for cultural diversity and the Vision 2030 plan, 3 days later on Monday Night Raw, the WWE claimed credit for that progression, with lead announcer Michael Cole throwing to highlights of the event that was the first step at bringing change to Saudi Arabia, the greatest Royal Rumble. Jesus Christ. Super masturbatory there. Saudi gender norms, meanwhile, ended up taking center stage over the weekend in some of the initial fallout from the show. During the event, WWE aired a video that has been all over its programming for weeks, which is designed to hammer home that going forward, all pay-per-view events will now feature wrestlers from flagship weekly Monday Night Raw and SmackDown live television shows. The package, built around wrestlers singing, lip-syncing to a song about the change, includes multiple female wrestlers, some of whom are in their in-ring outfits. 11 hours after the show went off air, the Saudi General Sports Authority tweeted a statement apologizing for the video. A full translation by Reddit user Compromise, which is consistent with the partial translations from news outlets like The Independent, reads, quote, "The General Sports Authority would like to apologize to the viewers and attendees of last night's WWE event that took place in Jeddah over the indecent scene involving women that appeared as an ad before a segment. It would like to confirm its total disapproval of this in the shadow of its commitment to eliminate anything that goes against the community's values. The authority has made sure to ban showing of any segment that involves women wrestling or any scenes related to it, and stipulated that to the company. Ban any segment that involves women wrestling or any scenes related to it. What scenes related to women wrestling? The authority also disapproved any promotional stuff with pictures or videos showing women in an indecent way, and emphasized on commitment of this rule. And it's a commitment that the authority would still commit to forever in all of its events and programs." Yeesh. Commit to forever. Meanwhile, though he was not advertised for the show, and there was even a segment where he explicitly said that he wouldn't be there, fans and media members alike were surprised when they realized that Sami Zayn wasn't there. It surprised them since Zayn, real name Rami Sebey, is a Muslim who speaks Arabic fluently. However, he's also of Syrian descent and has been raising money for mobile medical units to treat civilians who have been injured in the Syrian civil war. Civilians who may have been hurt by weapons provided by the Saudi government. Oh shit. You know, I had completely forgotten about the Syrian civil war. When was this? 2018? Damn, that's brutal. This was all the more conspicuous because Zayn was brought by WWE to Saudi Arabia for a 3-show swing in Riyadh in 2014, long after the Saudi role in the Syrian conflict was reported worldwide. Still, he was brought on that tour at a point before he had even joined the WWE's main roster, instead being part of NXT, its development brand, and even got a showcase of sorts with Cesaro, who had always had particularly exciting matches with. While there are conflicting reports as to if being left off the greatest Royal Rumble was WWE's decision or Zayn's, WWE's vague statement on the matter appears as just the former. WWE is committed to embracing individuals from all backgrounds while respecting local customs and cultural differences around the world. Those two things could live in direct contradiction of one another. You got to choose one or the other sometimes. While any kind of concrete financial details will not be available until WWE releases its financials for Q2 this summer, one thing is for sure, they're doing it again. It was announced on Friday that WWE has another Saudi Super Show coming to the capital of Riyadh in November. Damn, okay. I didn't realize. So this Saudi connection runs deep. Before I watch this guy, I don't know if I can watch this because this is definitely HBO property, but I could at least listen to it in the background. This aired on John Oliver's show several years ago, and I remember watching it then, but I want to refresh my memory just to see if there was anything maybe that wasn't. I don't know if he's reporting on what we just read, but...
who you may remember signed a 10-year deal to stage events there, and who in April staged the greatest Royal Rumble in Jeddah, which was wall-to-wall propaganda for the Saudi government.
Yeah, Sami Zayn is a huge advocate for Syria and ain't a fan of Saudi Arabia. He's actively avoided going to work at those Saudi PPV shows. Well, kudos to him, I guess, for standing up for his conviction. The Sami Zayn thing is even more worrying because he's involved with the biggest story in the company right now with Roman Reigns. Saudi buys them? Oh boy. Well, I mean, I'm assuming when they have those rumors of wrestler discontent, he's probably chief among them then. If there's any wrestler that's gonna quit, you know, as a result of Saudi purchasing WWE, it might be that dude. If no one else, it could be Sami Zayn.
There was actually a clip from that event that we didn't have time to show you last time involving wrestler Titus O'Neil, who ran into the arena to jump into the ring, and I promise what you're about to see was not staged.
Titus had a very busy week here in
All right, this dude is running down a ramp. He
tripped
and slid underneath the... Okay, he tripped and I do remember seeing that one.
Any better in capturing the Arabian
All right, let's
event in Saudi Arabia, Crown Jewel, scheduled to take place this Friday. And they've understandably been under real pressure to cancel it. There are even unconfirmed reports that John Cena wants to pull out of the event. And the truth is, wrestling fans have long been uncomfortable with this whole Saudi deal. In fact, just listen to a crowd that is cheering for The Undertaker suddenly take a turn when he brings up Crown Jewel.
Everybody loves The Undertaker.
Chanting on their feet for the Phenom. At Crown Jewel.
Wow.
Holy shit. I think the WWE itself just turned heel. I mean, do you know how clearly, deeply bad something has to be to get wrestling fans to boo a wrestling event at a wrestling event? That is the type of crowd reaction that you'd expect to hear if the WWE Championship was suddenly won by Beck, which is totally plausible, by the way. The guy's a Scientologist, and they give you superpowers. It's not just a religion, it's a set of principles to help you understand and improve your life, and maybe fly. Just look into it. WWE is going full steam ahead with Crown Jewel in partnership with a country that, remember, just murdered and dismembered a journalist for the Washington Post. And their promotion for it has been a little tone deaf, such as this actual Instagram post featuring a funeral urn, which was initially captioned, "Respect is out the window at WWE Crown Jewel." And that is obviously insensitive, but also it is kind of nonsense, because the urn is referring to The Undertaker, but that's not his catchphrase. His catchphrase, as we all know, is, "Boo! I'm a big beef ghost here to drive you to hell."
I'm a big beef ghost. If only.
Look, it is not going to be easy for the WWE to thread the needle on this. They are pushing ahead with this event, despite the serious concerns of some of their own wrestlers and their own fan base. But since they have clearly picked a lane here, They may as well just say fuck it and go full throttle with the marketing and air something like this.
On November 2nd, it's Crown Jewel, live from Saudi Arabia, featuring Brock Lesnar, AJ Styles, The Undertaker. No female wrestlers because they aren't allowed to perform there. And maybe John Cena, if he's willing to take a major PR hit. Try and forget everything you've seen on the news that might make this hard to enjoy. And instead, watch the Brothers of Destruction leave their opponents dead and buried. Sorry, poor choice of words. Someone is going to rest in pieces. Nope, hang on. Someone is going to be ambushed and mutilated with a bone saw and... You know what? Never mind. The point is, next Friday at Crown Jewel, respect is out the window. And if you care about human rights, the WWE's got 2 words for you. Suck it!
Yeah, that sounds about accurate. What is the latest update on all of this? Oh, there was a video. I think it's this guy's his other video.
Hello there, my very good friends. It's the afternoon. It's a news video. That means something wild has happened.
Yeah.
Usually. I'm Andy from What Culture. This is Phil.
This is Phil.
We rehearsed this before we came. So to recap you, if you've not seen our video this morning, which is, you know, it's still there. You want to get the core facts, but to recap you, it was reported by multiple sources: Stephen Muehlhausen of DAZN and Cassidy Haynes of Body Slam being the most prominent ones, stating that, in principle at least, WWE selling
Wrestle Talk is another good channel. Okay, I'll check that one out too.
Investment fund, which is the government sovereign wealth fund thing, had been agreed in principle. Sent the wrestling world into a tailspin. Everything's been a dumpster fire, spinning out of control. These have now been denied. Yeah. So basically, we have multiple outlets here commenting on this. We have one here from Rich Greenfield of Lightshed. I'm sorry, Rich. Who kind of pointed out that Stephen Muehlhausen has now deleted his original tweet with the report in it, stating that we are hearing that your now deleted tweet below is 100% false. Brandon Thurston,
that was earlier this morning, I guess.
Shortly after that, saying, I concur with @RichLightshed. That's where I got confused. I asked someone at WWE who would know, who said that the story took hold of Twitter last night about WWE and Saudi being near a deal to take the company private, which was another part of the report, is untrue. John Alba.
I kind of prefer Wrestle Talk to What Culture, to be honest. Okay, well, I'll check them out too. I mean, I literally was just like trying to Google update or YouTube updates to this story and briefly check this out, and it seemed okay. But if you think that Wrestle Talk has better coverage, then I'll check it out. Vince McMahon sued for hostile WWE takeover. That's also new. It doesn't look like they have anything new about the purchase, but maybe he'll mention something
in this
here.
Wrestle Talk news, maybe Vince McMahon isn't even selling WWE at all now. What the hell is going on? Vince McMahon is also being sued. What the hell is going on? And Ollie's review of Dynamite.
Support Wrestle Talk!
Alright guys, everybody just calm down. I know yesterday was a lot to handle, but let's all just take some deep breaths. Okay, now let's see what's the latest. Vince McMahon might not sell WWE after all. Yeah, that checks out. Yet despite multiple sources such as Bodyslam.net's Cassidy Haynes and DAZN's Stephen Muehlhausen reporting yesterday morning that the WWE and Saudi Public Investment Fund had agreed to a sale of the company, things are now looking much less clear. There were outlets claiming the deal was not a done deal at various points in the day, such as Sean Ross Sapp, Brandon Thurston, Ariel Helwani, and John.
He looks like he's not super thrilled to be taking a picture with this dude. Like, Vince McMahon seems fine. He almost seems proud, but old Triple H here, who kind of looks pretty rough. I don't know. I guess I hadn't seen him in a while. There's something about his beard. It's too uniform. It's too flat. It almost looks like a hobo beard. But it looks like he's not super thrilled to be taking a picture next to this dude. He's also like a colossus next to him, which is also kind of funny.
Albert, the latter of which said the reports were completely false on Twitter. Adding to that was CNBC's David Faber, who revealed that he had been told by many prospective buyers that they are very much unclear on whether Vince will indeed.
I think that was the
decide
video
to
we
sell the
watched
company
earlier.
After all. Now, despite the rampant rumors, WWE also importantly haven't commented on the Saudi rumors publicly, leaving the whole thing very much up in the air to the public at this moment in time. It's important to note, however, that although nothing has been outright announced publicly, doesn't mean that the whole thing is a lie. As Wrestling Observer Radio's Brian Alvarez pointed out on his latest show, do you know that when WCW was sold, there were still people denying that it had been sold after it had been sold? The exact same thing that happened when UFC was sold. He went on to say that just because there are rumors currently, there may still be a deal coming and it may be agreed in principle but with work to do. So basically, we still don't know. Nothing is clear. Except for one bit we do know, Vince is being sued again. Since Vince's return 6 days ago seemingly happened without much pushback in the end, primarily because he brought back George Barrios and Michelle.
Crazy that was just 6 days ago.
Against his return resigned or were forced out, it seems his actions may not go without consequence after all, as he now has a class action lawsuit on his hands, precisely about this return to the company. Bloomberg have reported that the suit comes from WWE shareholder Scott A. Fellows, who, according to court documents, is attempting to sue McMahon for the manner in which he returned to the company. The filing states that McMahon violated WWE's charter and breached his fiduciary duty as controlling stockholder with his return to the company as the chairman of WWE's board of directors. The report states that McMahon's return alongside his cronies Barrios and Michelle Wilson was made in order to remove certain directors who opposed him. The 3 board members that were removed included Joellen Leon Dillon, Jeffrey R. Speed, and Alan M. Wexler, while according to an 8K filing by WWE, another 2 board members, Manjit Singh and Ignis Lahoud, resigned from the board due to not agreeing with Mr. McMahon's return, Manjit Singh being the primary person who is investigating Vince McMahon from the board's own investigations. According to Bloomberg, neither WWE or Vince have decided to comment on the impending suit, despite being reached out to. The full details on the action being taken on McMahon are available on WrestleTalk.com, so be sure to check them out, as well as any and all updates on the situation going forward, which will also be on the site too.
This video is sponsored by... Like, I mean, you run the risk. You run the risk with a hostile takeover. All right, I guess that's all the news he has on that. Well, I mean, I guess that's pretty much the long and short of it, huh? We gotta wait and see how it develops. It's an interesting point that he mentions that you know, the people who were denying WCW and UFC being sold after it had been sold. You know, it could be a similar case here where, yes, this Saudi deal is agreed to in principle and is going to, in fact, happen. But, you know, all of the I's haven't been dotted and all the T's haven't been crossed. I don't know if that lawsuit has any effect on the likelihood of the sale, if it makes it less attractive to a buyer, especially if Vince McMahon remains dedicated to stay, you know, in his leadership position there. I don't know. But it's a fascinating development nonetheless. This is crazy. Like this whole thing is wild. It's literally a storyline out of a television drama. Like literally Succession. It's literally Succession. Like there's gotta be like a movie of some sort made, a documentary or a dramatization made about Vince McMahon in general. Just the dude's life in general is a chaotic ride. He's not a good person. He's not a good guy. He's not a good human being. And, you know, I am very interested to hear about the family dynamics that go into all of this too. You know, I kind of feel sorry even a little bit for Stephanie McMahon. Like that's harsh. That's harsh, man. You're forcing your own daughter out. Stephanie McMahon being forced to resign is sad because she was doing so much better than Vince, clearly deserves the job more. Yeah, that's an even worse component about it, is that like Vince McMahon wasn't running the company very well before he was ousted. You know, like, you know, sometimes you just slip. He's been doing this for God knows how many decades now, and it was apparent for a long time that Stephanie McMahon was going to be the heir, and it seemed like, contrary to usual trends, where the children, the heirs, end up being worse than the people that they take over. You know, you hear about fail sons and fail daughters all the time. It was like a really rare instance where Stephanie McMahon actually seemed to have been better than her dad, but you know, this is how it goes, I guess, for this particular family. We'll see how it plays out. We'll see if it all plays out in court, if it plays out in the ring, if it plays out in the tabloids or the news. However, which way, it's gotta come to a head at some point one of these days, and it may end up resulting in WWE being a wholly owned subsidiary of the Saudi royal family. Which, I mean, if I had to choose which I'd prefer, WWE being owned by Saudi Arabia or WWE being owned or merged into AEW. Much as I would hate to say it, I've got to say I'd prefer the AEW outcome. You can't turn a blind eye to not to sound ableist, but you can't turn a blind eye to Saudi Arabia's human rights offenses. Yeah, this was reported as well. Just more conjecture about Saudi Arabia's effort to purchase WWE, with claims that they're being helped out by JP Morgan. So, you know, that's heavy hitters. They're bringing in the big guns to try to get this deal done. They may have done it, but we'll find out in a couple of weeks, I imagine. What I'm most worried about as a fan is the creative. Triple H has been trying to fix the BS Vince left behind. He's been striving to make better TV and improve talent relations, bringing people that Vince fired back. Now Vince could be in charge again if the TV shows and PPVs and creatives, and that would be charging it of the TV shows and PPVs and creatives, and that would be disastrous. I don't want Triple H forced to leave too. Maybe that's for the better, to be honest with you. I mean, if Triple H and Stephanie McMahon can bolt and take a ton of that talent with them, there's no reason why they can't create their own competitor. I mean, I know that's not the optimal solution. Creating a competitive wrestling organization from the ground up is no easy shakes. But I would imagine they wouldn't have a hard time, finding willing investors. There's plenty of amateur league circuits all around the country that they could probably just snap up and, take the names and just kind of build their own thing. If Vince is dedicated to, taking over and running the show the way he wants to run it, I mean, that's probably their best. They're not just gonna, retire, and I mean, I guess they could just retire and, live in the Bahamas and just live off their WWE money for the rest of their lives. I see there's no reason why they couldn't. But if they really wanted to continue to pursue being stewards of professional wrestling, of the professional wrestling universe, but they don't want to do it, at the behest of Vince McMahon, then, the only other option is to take your talents out of WWE. And that's the only viable option. Triple H and Stephanie will go all elite. I mean, I don't know if they'll go all elite. That seems like maybe a bridge too far. I don't know if all elite necessarily would I don't know if all elite would necessarily want them. Maybe, sure. But again, that would also still, to me, that would be a lesser version of the merger option. It's not a merger, but it's still talent floating around just those two entities. Similar to what was going on in the 90s when it was largely nationally just WCW and WWF. And that served benefits. It's fine. Like, that kind of two-party rivalry can definitely drum up a lot of drama and excitement. It's the same reason, for whatever reason, people in general, Americans in particular, but people in general, they just love a dichotomy. They just love the two-hander. It's Coke versus Pepsi. It's Nintendo versus Sega. It's Sony versus Microsoft. It's Marvel versus DC. It's McDonald's versus Burger King. It's, you know, I guess in the 80s it was Nike versus Reebok. I don't know if I don't know what the shoe comparison is now, but it's always two things. It's Windows and Apple. It's Honda or Toyota. It's Chevy or Ford. It's always a two. We just need to have two. We just gotta have two that fight each other out, so that we could pick a side, stick a flag in one side, and then demonize the other. It's always been that way. It works best that way from, I guess, a capital standpoint. You know, and I guess right now the primary opponents are WWE and AEW. I feel most bad for the wrestlers who got fired and brought back, having this Vince return looming over their heads, because Vince has no issue cutting people he doesn't like to save a buck. Now it's WWE and AEW. Yeah, exactly. And that's fine for me, because I like AEW. AEW is cool. Like I said at the start of this, I've been to every AEW event whenever they come to Austin, and it's always fun. I've never had a not fun time at an AEW show. It's a good product they put out there, and it's cool because they do it at the smaller arenas, so it just feels more intimate and more fun. I've never been to a WWE event, but they always hold them like whenever they do Raw or something, it's always at like the big amphitheater down in San Antonio and shit. So I would imagine that would just naturally have a different vibe to it. But I like the vibe of the AEW events. When am I buzzing? One second. All right. All right, I think that's pretty much all there is to be said about that right now. Looking forward to the updates, though, for certain. This was a story that popped into the news a few weeks ago that I completely missed. Workers at Microsoft-owned ZeniMax Media voted yes to unionize 300 QA staff positions. Roughly 300 QA workers are included in the union. Now that is an awesome development. This has been unions in the game industry are starting to pop off, and I am 1,000% for it. I wasn't anticipating that Microsoft's union effort would succeed, but here we go. A supermajority of workers at Microsoft ZeniMax Media voted to join the ZeniMax Workers United Union. Communications Worker of America announced Tuesday. Roughly 300 quality assurance workers have been voting in elections since early December, either through union authorization cards or an online portal. Microsoft, per its labor neutrality deal with CWA, recognized the union. That's good. That's a good development. You know, all of these, I will say that it seems like all of these unionizations that are going on in the game industry seems to revolve almost exclusively around QA, which is interesting. You know, as a QA person myself, that's what I did for all those years in the game industry. It's fascinating that this is like this. It's literally, when you talk about movements from the ground up, you don't get much more on the ground in the game industry than the QA departments. but I wonder if this is going to have any kind of impact or grow into the engineering departments or the art departments or anything like that. Seems like the artists, honestly, like, yes, QA, but it also seems like the artists should have been first on the ball with unionization efforts, because especially with the advent of AI art and the kind of shit that people are popping off in like Midjourney, seems like art might be you know, out the window here, you know, in the next 5 to 10 years or so, or at least concept artists. I know several people who do concept art in the game industry that are like, you know, they're worried about their livelihood because of what Midjourney can provide and stuff like Midjourney. It's kind of sad. I could definitely see the game industry being the first to jump on using those AI tools in order to really crank out like obscene amounts of really high quality concept art. I was talking to one of my coworkers about all of these new AI properties. There's one, I wish I can remember the name of it, but basically it's AI generated code. And a lot of the engineers have been experimenting with it. And my coworker had a great he had a great quote. He said, because he was talking specifically about people who are afraid of AI taking their jobs. He said, you shouldn't be afraid of AI taking your jobs. You should be afraid of you should be afraid of your job being taken by the person who is using AI to do your job. So it's like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Like treating AI as an additional tool, the way that, you know, the way that Photoshop is a tool, right? In that capacity, I can understand it. And maybe, you know, all hope isn't totally lost for artists in that capacity. But I feel like, you know, if they ever wanted to implement some kind of mechanism with which they can collectively protect themselves from the advent of AI generated art replacing them, you know, unionization seems to be the first step in that effort. The core of ZeniMax Workers United is solidarity, ZeniMax Associate QA Tester Eliza Ellison told Polygon. Where we are different in projects, location, and experiences, we make up for it tenfold through our passion, drive, and hunger for changing our reality. The ZeniMax union vote ended on December 31st, CWA said in a news release, with ZeniMax QA workers organizing for months ahead of the original announcement. For Microsoft to recognize the union, half plus one of the 300 ZeniMax QA workers had to vote in favor. That's a lot. Hold on one second. $300 QA workers is a ton. I don't know how many QA total were at EA when I was there. I would imagine much more than 300, but they were all spread out across different studios. So I don't know what I mean, we never had any communication with any other studio's QA. So I wonder how communication occurred. I'm really curious about how this was all organized behind the scenes, what the logistics were between all of these studios, different QA departments organizing such a mass movement. Suki, what's up? Yeah, I know, I see you. Fat fucking cat. The ZeniMax union vote ended December 31st, CBA said in a news release, with ZeniMax QA organizing for months ahead of the original. Oh, I think I may have read this one. Yeah, 300. A supermajority means a larger group voted yes. The vote happened outside of the National Labor Relations Board purview because of Microsoft's neutrality agreement signed in June. Union elections are typically held through the NLRB. Interesting. Workers will soon begin contract negotiations with Microsoft. Quote, In light of the results of the recent unionization vote, we recognize the Communication Workers of America as the bargaining representative for the quality assurance employees at ZeniMax, a Microsoft spokesperson said in a statement. We look forward to engaging in good faith negotiations as we work towards a collective bargaining agreement. Awesome. That's awesome. ZeniMax Media is a subsidiary of Microsoft that was acquired in a $7.5 billion deal in 2020. It also it includes studios like Bethesda, id Software, and ZeniMax Online, makers of games like Starfield. I've been watching a lot of videos about Starfield lately. I don't know. I don't know if I'm starting to get hyped for it or not. I feel a certain way about sci-fi RPGs. It's way easier for me to get into. It's way easier for me to get into fantasy RPGs than sci-fi ones, but I feel like I'm starting to get a little hype for Starfield. The Elder Scrolls Online and Doom. QA workers included in the union are located in offices in Maryland and Texas, a CWA spokesperson said, probably here at Arcane. Today, we, a majority of QA workers at ZeniMax, are proud to announce the launch of our union with CWA Union. We are the first group of workers at Microsoft to formally unionize. We are empowered to advocate for ourselves and build a future where we can thrive alongside the company. That's actually a very interesting point that I hadn't thought about. Yeah, this would be Microsoft's first formal union. Man, Ninja did via the game industry. Who would have ever guessed? Of all industries that's got a ninja unionization into Microsoft, it was the game industry. You never know. You never know where it's going to come from. I mean, unionization in tech in general, it's not a thing, but it definitely needs to become more of a thing. Well, speaking of that, though, Polygon put together a pretty comprehensive list of all of the unionization efforts happening at game studios across the industry. Put it together in this nice little piece released a couple days ago. The game studios changing the industry by unionizing. Union interest is growing in the game industry. Well, let's go down the list then. The game industry is changing after years of groundwork over the past decade laid over social media and in the halls of gatherings like the Game Developers Conference. Workers are organizing into unions. You know what? There was actually an organization called Game Workers United. I haven't heard anything from those guys in the past few years. I don't know if they're involved with all this behind the scenes and they're just keeping a low profile or what. But they were making rounds in gaming media some years ago, and then just disappeared. Yeah, their last tweet was June 21st of 2020, which was, please bear with us as we work to finalize the restructuring process at the international level and establish a new communications committee that will take over tweeting from this account. That was June 21st in 2020. And nothing since, so I don't know what happened to that communications committee. Or anything else. I've seen these guys, on a couple of outlets talking about unionization and whatnot, but not since this, though. Not since then. Yeah, they were also big advocates of police reform during all the George Floyd stuff. Statement by Organizational Transitional Period Committee of Game Workers United, adopted by vote of Assembly of all delegates. Okay, that was also in June of 2020. I don't know if these guys just fell off or what, but I would be very interested in knowing if they're still operating to any capacity. I don't see any evidence that they're defunct. Are they still updating their blog? No. The last update on their blog was April 9th of 2021, almost 2 years ago. I wonder what happened to these dudes. Maybe they have some involvement in this. I don't know. Industry change is following a nationwide trend in worker organization. Over the past few years, there's been an uptick in union elections and unfair labor complaints as workers vow to make change in their workplace. You can see this reflected in headlines too. Alongside union efforts at Activision Blizzard and Microsoft, campaigns are ongoing at major corporations like Apple, Google, and Starbucks. So it's coming into tech. It's coming into tech. We'll see if those efforts at Apple or Google succeed, but fascinating nonetheless. Chad Williams, Hulkamania is running wild, brother. Hulkamania, that dude. I hadn't heard hide or hair of him since he got kicked out of the WWE Hall of Fame. Did they reinstate him? Maybe Vince is gonna reinstate him. Who knows? All bets are off. All bets are off when Vince McMahon has a hostile takeover and kicks his own daughter out. These are the gaming companies where workers are unionizing. We'll keep the list updated as more unions pop up across the board, starting with Activision Blizzard, which is really the most surprising one. Like, I would have never imagined there would be success at Activision Blizzard, but they were the most prominent one. Not the first, but the most prominent. Activision Blizzard made headlines in 2021 after California's Civil Rights Department, formerly called the Department of Fair Employment and Housing, sued the World of Warcraft and Call of Duty publisher over alleged widespread sexism and harassment. Activision Blizzard itself sued the CRD over the lawsuit in 2022. This kicked off a flurry of accusations and lawsuits, including a settled $18 million suit with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Workers, too, took action. More than 1,000 workers walked out in July 2021, and since then, organizing efforts have continued. It's three unions, two officially recognized through the NLRB elections, are entirely made up of quality assurance workers. QA workers often feel they are overlooked, subjected to low pay, unstable contracts, and brutal overwork. All of that is very true. I can attest to that from firsthand experience. Activision Blizzard has repeatedly moved all stall union efforts. Why did I read it that wrong? Activision Blizzard has repeatedly moved to stall union efforts, maintaining the opinion that all workers at the respective studios should vote in union elections, not just QA workers. Yeah, because they know that they can fucking strong arm QA. That's like the one thing that they thrive on is strong arming their QA departments. So like, it's the whole like, oh, well, if we just let QA vote for their sake, then they're definitely going to vote to be treated better. Like, if we just let the slaves vote for fair treatment, then, they're going to vote for that. We should get the slave masters to vote as well. And then we should get the slave masters' friends. Bring those guys in. Let's see if they can vote also. And all those people, let's get the guys who run the ships back and forth between the Atlantic, in the Atlantic between Africa and America. Those guys, let's get them in on the vote. See how they going to vote for it. You pull all those efforts in, and that's not to equate engineers, developers, artists, and project managers, all of that, to literal fucking slavers. That's not the intention of that tortured analogy. But the idea is you take the people who are most likely to be amiable to your position, the most likely to be swayed by your position, and you dilute the vote. You dilute QA's efforts. They're the ones that are trying to drive this unionization effort, and they're trying to drive it, for their benefit, for their immediate benefit right now, recognizing that it can expand into the benefit for others, later. But rather than just having them vote for their insular effort, you just kind of flood their initiative with, all sorts of people who may or may not be amiable to being in a union themselves. But, that's just standard union busting practices. Multiple unfair labor complaints have been filed against the company alleging anti-union sentiment and union busting. As union efforts were underway at the company, Activision Blizzard converted all contract workers to full-time employees, a win workers attribute to organizing efforts. Yes, there were some stipulations with that, though. I think they said something to the effect of, like, oh no, what it was, I can't remember if it was Activision or if this was a different studio. Somebody had announced significant pay raises for all of its non-unionized employees, but unionized employees were not going to get pay raises, which is like, you know, that's a little too on the nose about what they're trying to do there. Activision Blizzard expects to be acquired by Microsoft as part of a $68.7 billion deal. Jesus Christ, I hope that does not go through. The United States Federal Trade Commission is suing Microsoft in an effort to challenge the deal. After announcing the deal, Microsoft signed a neutrality agreement with the Communication Workers of America, promising not to interfere with union efforts at the company. Some consider the deal on Microsoft's part an attempt to ease the acquisition through the FTC, but regardless, it benefits the workers at Microsoft and potentially Activision Blizzard it benefits the workers at Microsoft and potential Activision Blizzard should the deal go through. Which is interesting, because as we just read, that Microsoft QA studio succeeded in forming its union, and Microsoft, for their part, has recognized its union and said that they are willing to enter good faith negotiations for a collective bargaining agreement. So that part of this component has been realized. Still, I hope that purchase, that acquisition of Activision Blizzard Microsoft doesn't go through. I still think that would be a disaster for the industry to just further consolidate, but we'll see how that develops. It would be interesting, though. It would certainly be interesting, because then that would make it all the more likely, I think, that the unionization efforts at Activision Blizzard come to a successful conclusion. Microsoft and CWA reiterated their cooperation in an ad running in the Washington Post. The Verge reported in January, should the Activision Blizzard deal go through, Microsoft vows to bring its neutrality agreement and principles to the company. The Washington Post ad also appealed to the FTC to approve the deal. Damn, they're thirsty. They're fucking thirsty as fuck. Posting ads begging the FTC to let it happen. Man, they are just on their knees, just begging, with using that pleading eye emoji. In iOS, the pleading eye emoji with the big puppy dog eyes. They basically just posted an ad in the Washington Post of just that emoji with please underneath it. As we enter a new year, we remain committed to creating the best workplaces we can for people who make a living in the tech sector, Microsoft and the CWA said in the ad. When both labor and management bring their voices to the bargaining table, employees, shareholders, and customers alike benefit. All right. Blizzard Albany, formerly known as Vicarious Visions, is working on a Blizzard Entertainment's Diablo franchise, including upcoming Diablo 4. It was the second studio within Activision Blizzard to successfully unionize. QA workers there won their vote 14-0 in December 2022, following a number of alleged union-busting efforts, according to the CWA. The next step for the group is to enter contract negotiations with Activision Blizzard. So there are at least some components of Activision Blizzard that are unionized and beginning to engage with negotiations with Activision Blizzard. So that's interesting. Raven Software is the first studio within Activision Blizzard to unionize. An effort kicked off in December 2021 as Call of Duty Warzone QA workers walked out of work to protest what they consider unfair layoffs of contract workers. QA workers announced their union push in January 2022 and were met with resistance from Activision Blizzard management. Activision Blizzard management attempted to restructure the company and rule that QA bargaining unit ineligible to vote. A judge ruled in favor of the QA union after hearings, and Raven Software workers called Game Workers Alliance. Oh, that's where those guys are. I was just looking those bitches up. So they called them. So is that what happened? Or did they just co-opt their name? A judge ruled in favor of the QA union after hearings, and Raven Software Workers called Game Workers Alliance. I mean, that was the name of the other thing. I wonder if it's one and the same, or if I wonder if it's one and the same, or if they just co-opted the name. Let me. Oh, this is Game Workers Unite. Okay, Game Workers Alliance is something different then. Still wondering what happened to Game Workers Unite. Who is involved in that? Maybe Emma Kinema is an American labor organizer and the senior campaign lead for Code CWA. Communication Workers Organizer. Okay, so she is working with the CWA. So while working as a QA tester, okay, she was a tester. Co-founder Gamers United. She was hired by CWA Union in 2020 to lead their initiative. Okay, that's what happened. So the founder of Game Workers United was poached by CWA. So she's been the one that's been barnstorming across the industry, getting these unionization efforts across the finish line. As of August 2022, the Code CWA campaign has organized over 3,000 union members in various sub-industries of the tech sector across 25 bargaining units in the last 2 years of organizing. Damn, okay, so she didn't disappear. She just got absorbed into CWA and has been successfully running her campaign from there. Awesome. Good to hear. Good to know. Good to know. Good to know. Proletariat, what an appropriate name. Boston-based studio Proletariat announced the filing of its union petition in late December 2022. The Spellbreak developer was acquired by Activision Blizzard. So much Activision Blizzard. Is this all sub? Yeah, this is all sub. These are all the word is slipping my mind. These are all underneath, all under the purview of Activision, I suppose. Spellbreak was shut down, and now the team is working on World of Warcraft. An election has not yet been scheduled by the NLRB. Like the other unionized studios at Activision Blizzard, Proletariat is represented by the CWA. Proletariat's proposed unit includes all positions outside of management, around 60 workers currently. Wow, so that's beyond QA then, huh? Interesting. This might actually be the first one. All of these others were QA. Yeah, this one is QA. Blizzard Albany is QA. 14 QA workers. Ravensoft, it's QA workers. So this is the first one that doesn't specifically say QA. So all positions outside of management makes me think that they've got artists and engineers wrapped up in there too. That's not insignificant. Anemone Hug? I don't even know if I said that right. Haven't heard of these dudes. Union footholds in the game industry is not limited to the United States. Studios in Canada are also making strides to organize their workplace. Developer Anemone Hug Interactive, which supported Hardspace Shipbreaker and is currently working on an original game, voted in favor of unionization in 2022. Anemone Hug's union is part of the Canadian Animation Guild. Oh, okay, cool. So this is not CWA. This is Canadian Animation Guild, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, Local 938. IATSE largely services entertainment worker. Oh, okay, yeah. IATSE. IATSE largely services entertainment workers internationally, while the British Columbian Animation Unit focuses on local animation workers and now game developers. Okay, so that's really cool. So then those guys, sounds like those guys catch more than just QA as well. Cards Against Humanity. Cards Against Humanity workers who make card games of the same name, unionized in 2020 with Chicago and Midwest Regional Joint Board of Workers United following a report that alleged racism and sexist culture at the company. Why does that not surprise me? Like, it almost seems appropriate that Cards Against Humanity would have a culture of racism and sexism if you ever played Cards Against Humanity. Cards Against Humanity management recognized the unit, and the group successfully completed contract negotiations to secure better benefits, including a successorship clause that could be enacted if owners sold the company. Workers at Cards Against Humanity were likely the first in their industry to unionize. So that's kind of like the tabletop industry then. Keyword Studios. Contract QA workers who support BioWare's Dragon Age Dreadwolf at Keyword Studios in Edmonton at Keyword Studios Edmonton location voted to unionize in June 2022. Side note, I actually am looking forward to this one. I hope it doesn't suck. I was let down by Dragon Age Inquisition. Even though Dragon Age, I think, has more games that I'm disappointed in than games that I like, because I have such a soft spot for that first Dragon Age, I still revere the franchise positively. I view it positively still. So I am looking forward to Dreadwolf. I just hope it's better than Inquisition. And Inquisition wasn't all bad. It felt... Inquisition felt... It didn't feel like it was a fully realized game to me. It was almost like it was a series of demos of systems that would be used in other types of games that they just kind of taped together. You would get to so you had the war table, which was kind of a weird setup for venturing out into the broader world. It wasn't open world, which is fine. I mean, even though everyone's pretty used to open world games now, back when it came out, open world games, you had Skyrim, I think, and I think this game, I think Inquisition came out before Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. So massive open world RPGs weren't quite the norm. Dragon Age 1 certainly wasn't open world. But the way that you travel from place to place didn't feel as convoluted as it does in Inquisition. Like having to go to the church and go to the war table, and then from there you would go to your different regions. But then once you got to a region, the map felt small. It didn't really feel big and open. It didn't feel big, but then it didn't feel open because you were too constricted on where you can travel. You couldn't run up most types of hills. You were blocked from rocks and shit. There was no jumping or climbing mechanic involved in any of it. You would just run around these very restrictive sort of areas. And then when you get dumped into this area, it was just a metric fuck ton of waypoints and little glowing things here and glowing things there. You had to close portals here, collect a bunch of shit here. And it was never really presented to you in a linear way. They just it was they had a toy box full of toys and they just scattered it all over the place. And it was go ahead, do whatever you want here. Once you accomplish a certain percentage of all the shit that we dumped out into this map, then you can proceed with the story. And they just repeated that for several different environments. It never felt fully realized. It just seemed almost like a rushed game. So I hope Dreadwolf is much better. I'm looking forward to it still. Lycomonian Hug. Keyword Studio is a Canadian studio. Their election went through the Alberta Labor Relations Board, where the group is organized under the United Food and Commercial Workers Canada Union Local 401. United Food. Interesting. KWS Edmonton United. The union began organizing after management implemented a return to office order that workers didn't agree with. Commuting costs too much given their low salaries, and the studio doesn't offer paid time off when sick, they said. Well, this is why you have a union. Get yourself some PTO and get yourself a bump up in salary. Either a bump up in salary or you're allowed to work from home. Should be both, in my opinion, but at least one or the other. And definitely PTO. Or paid sick leave, at least. Microsoft, we talked about Microsoft a bit. Microsoft's labor neutrality agreement with the CWA went into effect in June 2022 when it promised not to interfere with the union organizing at the company, including at Activision Blizzard, should the acquisition go through. This isn't a common approach, according to labor experts, and may have been influenced by the acquisition itself, which is under scrutiny by the FTC. Regardless, the deal benefits workers who want to organize with the CWA. We saw it in practice firsthand when QA workers at several ZeniMax studios announced their desire to unionize, and again, the article we just read, that unionization efforts went through. As it is stated here, ZeniMax, roughly 300 QA workers at ZeniMax Media have unionized under the CWA. The group, called ZeniMax Workers United, sidestepped the NLRB election due to Microsoft's neutrality deal. Instead, workers voted through unionization cards or an online portal to prove interest in the company. To prove interest to the company. A supermajority of those 300 workers voted yes, and Microsoft recognized the union. It was a much speedier process than the traditional pathway, as evidenced by efforts at Activision Blizzard. ZeniMax Workers United includes workers at Bethesda Game Studios, id Software, at ZeniMax Online in Maryland and Texas offices. The next step for ZeniMax is to nominate a bargaining committee and move into contract negotiations. Paizo. United Paizo Workers formed in 2021, making it one of the earlier unions in the industry. Paizo is one of the biggest tabletop role-playing game publishers. It's responsible for both Pathfinder and Starfinder. Oh, cool. I never played Pathfinder, but I've always been interested. Workers at the studio accused the Washington state-based company of pay inequity, harassment, and managerial impropriety. The fuck does that mean? Managerial impropriety? Paizo voluntarily recognized the union, and collective bargaining began shortly after. UPW reached a tentative agreement with Paizo management on certain topics in early December 22, including benefits, remote work, time off, and work hours. Bargaining will continue until both sides agree to all terms. Awesome. Congratulations to them. Tender Clause. Indie studio Tender Clause, based in Los Angeles, announced its union petition in July 2022. The entire proposed unit supported the effort. The group is called Tender Clause Human Union, a nod to its game virtual reality, which includes an in-game union for humans that work for AI. Oh god, that's dystopian. Tender Clause management recognized the union with the representation of CWA. Contract bargaining began in November and is ongoing. And sadly, I made a video over these dudes when it happened too. Video games now defunct. Bummer. Video game's debut and only title is Beastbreaker, a turn-based game mixed with a bit of Peggle. The video game studio is now defunct, shut down in 2022 due to a lack of funds. But the impact its workers made in the video game industry is still important. Video Workers United, represented by the CWA, was the first video game industry in It's the first video game union in North America. And update the story has been included to Microsoft information. Okay, so those are all the unionization efforts that are either in the process or has come to a successful conclusion in the game industry. Making waves. Hopefully we'll see the success spread to Apple and Google and Starbucks. Starbucks has had some successes too. You gotta keep going. I know Chris Smalls is out there doing what he can to help organize and drive efforts. Can't stop, won't stop. The FTC also, I think it was the FTC, they made a change to non-compete clauses too. That's actually a very important component to all of this labor stuff. Basically, oh man, I should watch that video. It's such a great interview. I don't know if I want to watch it tonight. Maybe so I wanted to get Justin on the stream, but he'd been bragging. He had been bragging for quite a while about how he miraculously managed to dodge COVID for, I guess, roughly or almost 3 years since the advent of COVID. Since the advent of COVID. All the way up until, I guess right now, he was able to dodge it, and he just kept bragging about it. Like, I never got it. Whatever. But when I asked him, I was like, hey, can you come? You free to stream? He was like, I got COVID. It happens. It was bound to happen. Everyone's gonna get it. At this point, everyone is destined to get it. So hopefully he'll be. It sounds like he's had it for, or at least he had it a week ago, and he's still recovering. So maybe next week. Hey, what are you doing, Suki? Why are you digging your head under the mat? Hopefully next week he'll be back at 100% and over it and feel ready to come back. I want to watch that interview. It's an interview that the Majority Report did with, I forget the dude's name, but it was all about copyright law, basically. And it's really fascinating. It was a really fascinating interview. There's a lot happening right now. There's a lot happening right now around labor, just around labor in general, whether it's unionization efforts or the FTC killing non-compete clauses. The reason why I thought about that is because he has a great story about how non-compete clauses don't exist in certain parts of the country, including in California, and that was a part of how Silicon Valley came to be. He mentions, you know what? Let me see if I can just. I'm probably not going to watch the full thing tonight, but I at least want to watch that bit because it's a fascinating story. He talks about how there was a dude, I forget his name, but he was the initial creator of semiconductors, and he was like an ardent eugenicist, and because he spent so much of his time trying to tour the country in an effort to convince black women to become sterilize themselves or something to that effect, people that just wanted to make semiconductors at his company, you know, didn't feel compelled to work for him. They didn't want to work for him because they didn't have a non-compete clause to work against. They were able to just form their own semiconductor company, and the people from, and you know, 8 people from that semiconductor company then went on to form Intel. Let me see. Yeah, this is the interview.
When AT&T was about to be broken up, record labels merging to a cartel of.
But certainly, if we can't come up with a scheme for some type of like, Twitter co-op, there's no way that it should be big enough that it's the town square. I mean, that's the problem. We should be able to go.
I mean, I think that's what.
I'm trying to find the specific point.
Or whoever will be born, them to justice, and then we'll offer them.
The value of getting rid of the NDAs are not
say is hacking your service. It has to go through a special master who determines whether or not you are just doing this pretextually to shut down interoperability, or whether it really is someone who's trying to break into your service. Like Facebook has repeatedly threatened New York University School of Engineering, who have a thing called Ad Observer, where Facebook users voluntarily install a plugin that gets all the ads that they see. And all that they're trying to do is figure out whether Facebook is living up to its legal obligation to police paid political disinformation. They keep finding that Facebook has failed. Facebook is trying to sue them under Section 12, or threatening to sue them under Section 12.1 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, effectively saying that they're hacking Facebook by looking at by keeping a record of which ads are a loss. Confident what friends
are not. Are not just the non-compete. Sorry, the non-compete clauses. It's not just the $300 billion annually that workers are being basically, its impact on suppression of wages, which they've estimated is up to like $2,000 per worker.
That's the rationale that they gave for doing away with non-compete clauses, is that non-compete clauses is a wage suppression effort because it prevents employees. It prevents labor from being able to seek better wages within their industry. If you have a non-compete clause, then basically you can't quit your job and then go work in the same field at a competitor or somebody else. Which means that unless you happen upon a better paying job in a field that you aren't working in, which is a very difficult thing to do, you're trapped. You're trapped. You're trapped at your current place of employment. Either that, or you just make a career jump and hope that the wages are at the very least comparable when you start off, and then work your way up from there. So that's why they're saying that getting rid of the non-competes will be a big wage boost for labor, because it'll allow them to be able to basically leverage their personal experience within a particular field or industry. What's the point of having so much experience in one particular industry if you can't use that experience to bargain for better wages, to be like, hey, you either pay me X amount of money or I'm going to go work for them who are willing to pay me X amount of money. So it's a good development nonetheless.
In some instances.
But there was another fascinating story about it.
For companies to do, and for startups to do the thing you're talking about. Like, I remember back in the early days of Twitter, there were all sorts of like add-ons to Twitter. There were different types of like Twitter readers. You didn't necessarily need to use the Twitter interface. There were people developing like TweetDeck. That may still be around, but there were other versions of it that were much better ways of sort of like reading tweets. I remember we had like a feature on the show that Kyle had made that people could donate one tweet a day to the show to promote what we wanted to promote. And Twitter basically made it impossible to do that. Having non-compete would allow people to leave a company like Twitter and essentially create maybe more often stuff that would work with Twitter, make it better for a user experience. And this is something that the FTC, that's the value of the non-compete.
Yeah, well, it's funny because in tech, non-competes are usually not enforceable because most tech companies are in California. And it's quite a story about how California came to have Silicon Valley in it, which is that, the guy who invented the silicon semiconductor, the person for whom Silicon Valley is named, was this lunatic called Robert Shockley. And Shockley became an ardent eugenicist. And he took his $1 million Nobel money plus a bunch of investor capital, and he went out to Silicon Valley, what is now Silicon Valley, to create the very first microchips. But he never built one because he was so obsessed with touring the country, trying to find women of color whom he could pay $100 to get sterilized. And he became this paranoid, brooding nutcase who no one could work for, no one wanted to work for.
Lord
and nothing
Almighty.
happened at his company, at Shockley Semiconductor, and 8 of his top engineers quit. And they founded a rival company called Fairchild Semiconductor. They called them the Treacherous 8, that made the first successful semiconductors. And the 8 of their top engineers quit and started a company called Intel. And all of that is possible only because California doesn't have enforceable non-competes. And when you contrast that with other high-tech centers like the corridor around MIT, where non-competes are enforceable, you see that those are places where great high-tech ideas go to die. Because if you have a great idea and you go to work for a company that's run by a monster, as so many of them are, then if you quit, you can't work in the field for another 3 years. And so that means that all the innovation that we're supposed to be seeking and praising, all of that stagnates.
Let's talk a little.
So this interview was fantastic. So yeah, that's just a brief aside in mentioning the FTC getting rid of the non-compete clause. That's another major development that happened within labor. All the unionization efforts, that development, like so much other stuff. It's an interesting time because like all of this is happening juxtaposed to the day-to-day economic turmoil that people feel as a result of things like inflation, stagnation, like people's wages still haven't really, like they're going up, but they're it's been so long that they haven't been able to keep with inflation that there's a lot of catch up that they need to do in order to break even in terms of like getting wages to where they were pre-pandemic. You know, the pandemic really widened that disparity gap. So it's fascinating to see all of this stuff happening, especially within the game industry and within tech in general. I do want to watch the full interview on this stream, probably next time. Whether Justin is here or not, I'll probably do that next time. Fascinating interview, though. He has a great story about Prince. Obviously, Prince is a very it's mostly about copyright laws, and of course, Prince is has a very famous case with respect to how he got around some pretty stringent copyright enforcement for his own created works back when he started going by the artist formerly known as. That was the impetus for that change. He didn't just start going by a symbol because he's a weird and wacky dude. He started going by that symbol because that was the only way that he can create music and then also fully own it. Everything that was owned and created and owned under the Prince moniker, you know, belonged to a record label, and he would see shit residuals from it. But I mean, that's just par for the course in the record industry. Oh man, CES. So the consumer electronics. I forget the actual name, the full name. Give me the full name. Consumer Electronics Show. I should have been able to ascertain from that S that it was gonna be show, and I thought it was. I just didn't want to say show and then be like, oh wait, no, I'm actually dumb. I mean, I am dumb, but it never hurts to verify before you actually say something. Consumer Electronics Show. Every time this happens, there's always something weird that comes out of it. I didn't realize it was going on, but I do want to just kind of look in on it and see all the weird stuff. I did see this thing. The drone is fucking wild. So let's take a look at this video real quick.
I am offering you a chance to help bring down the single greatest threat to New Orleans.
I can't do this.
Showtime.
There are memories of
make sure that it doesn't trip up the YouTube monster.
It's the Consumer Electronics Show, but please no more e-pets. No more loony robotic pets like Luna.
Go grab it.
We'd rather grab the Ring Always Home camera.
Who is this voice?
They demonstrated it at the show. The drone will fly around your house.
This is creepy. First and foremost, like, who is this for? I feel like this is almost exclusively for, like, people who have giant sprawling mansions. Like, if you have, like, a little tiny house or an apartment, what utility do you get out of a flying drone that just kind of hovers around and goes room to room? You just have another peeping ass fucking roommate that you got to be aware of. Like, you're just fucking sitting in your room about to crank one out, and then all of a sudden this thing comes buzzing around the corner. Although I don't know why your door would be open, but you never know. Maybe you thought you were home alone. Maybe it's just one of those voyeuristic things you like to do when everybody who lives in your house is gone. You're like, oh man, got the house to myself. I'm gonna walk around naked. Not with this bad boy. This guy's always gonna be there looking at you. Like, are you really opening the fridge with no fucking clothes on right now? What kind of animal are you? Just floating behind you, judging your every fucking Neanderthal move. You want to eat a steak with your bare hands? That thing's going to be buzzing around looking at you. You get mad at the television and start yelling some crazy shit. That thing's going to be looking, recording, and broadcasting it right back to some Amazon server somewhere. And if you have a cat, then it's over. I don't know how expensive this thing is, but if you have a cat, this thing is destroyed. It's going to come hovering around the corner, then you're going to see it in pieces somewhere.
It's a camera that flies.
They demonstrated it at the show. The drone will fly around your house. Uh-oh, left the faucet running. It's
What?
expected to sell
Wait,
for
that's how they're selling it?
Left the faucet.
They're selling this thing as, hey, you might leave the faucet running. Who leaves the faucet running, and why would you need like a $600 piece of flying hardware to like tell you that? It almost would have been, you know, why did they go with faucet running? Why didn't they do like you left the stove on? Like that's the thing that people are actually like paranoid about. Like that would have been a big selling point. Like, oh, look, you left the oven on. You know, then people would be, especially with the recent development that I guess gas stoves are responsible for giving a whole generation of children asthma. Not quite sure on the details on that. All I know is that now all of a sudden it is a right-wing trope to be like, I'm all about my gas stove, and they turn their stoves on and just leave them running, which is, sure, do that. Go for it. Go for it. I don't know why gas stoves have become the next touchstone in our culture war, but all I'll say about that is I've never used an induction stove. I'm open to it. There was a video piece about the propaganda that the natural gas industry used to promote gas stoves. And I hear a lot of the talking points like it's quicker to cook with and all that sort of stuff. And it's like, well, that's never been my reason why I preferred gas over electric. Those circular eye ring things from electric stoves, those things suck. Like, for starters, if there's anything that ever gets spilled on it, then like whenever you turn your oven on, your stove on, it's just gonna burn and it's gonna have a lot of smoke and shit, and then you have to deal with that. 2, hard to control the heat on those things. Like, it could take a little while to get it heated up, but you know, I don't really care about that. Like, what I care more about is like the precision with which you can control the heat. And with the flame, you can control the heat pretty accurately, pretty precisely and immediately. Like, if I need it hot, turn it up, it gets hot. If I need it medium, turn it down, medium, it goes there almost right away. You can control the heat a lot more precisely with the flame than you can with that ring. I don't know if that's also the case for induction because I never used an induction stove, but I'd be open to it. I'm not married to a gas stove. Also, though, living in Texas, when our potato wire power grid goes down, your gas stove will still work. So there is that component to it too. They should have used the stove instead of a faucet. Nobody leaves their faucet running. You hear your faucet when it's running. You're not just gonna fucking walk away and leave it.
It's expected to sell for about $250, but won't be
$250
widely available till next year.
That looks like my cat's water fountain.
Would-be burglars.
Yeah, that's not good.
Not
What?
to mention the dog, but won't be widely available till next year. Good to freak out would-be burglars.
That's a would-be burglar?
Yeah.
That's what burglars look like? Wait, why is your door not locked? You have the Ring security thing here. You've got a floating fucking drone, but you didn't lock your door?
Yeah, that's not good.
Not to mention the dog. Seeing you in this might also scare the
The
pooch.
fuck is this?
Mute talk lets you mute yourself. Say while gaming, so
What?
you're less of a disturbance.
What? What? Who in the fucking... This is a muzzle. It's a literal muzzle. Oh, I love this. I love this. This is a great present to get somebody when you want to tell them to shut the fuck up. You want to tell somebody, hey, shut the fuck up. You get that. In fact, find a graffiti artist to write shut the fuck up on the front side of this and then give it to someone you absolutely hate and be like, just put this thing over your mouth so that we don't have to hear your dumbass opinions anymore. I like it. I like it. I was sold. At first, I thought it was foolish. I thought you looked like a doofus wearing this thing. But now I'm sold. I see the utility of it. I see the utility of it. it doesn't look comfortable too. It also looks like it's going to obstruct your breathing because, like, I don't know. Can you breathe out of your mouth easily in this? This thing is right up under this dude's nose. It can't be comfortable. That can't be comfortable. Damn, dude. I don't know. Maybe I should try it. Maybe I should get one. Maybe I should get. I mean, I don't. The only time I ever really game is when I stream, but you know, I don't really want to. If I need to mute myself here, I'll just hit my mute button here. But I don't know if I'm being disruptive to anybody else here. How loud can you get? Like, do you hear any sound at all, or what? Can you get it in different colors? I mean, this is such a layer. Like, what problem are they solving with this? Like, was it that much of an issue? Like, my husband or my boyfriend or my roommate, my girlfriend, they're gaming and they just keep yelling. And what, are you trying to sleep? Is it like a graveyard shift thing? Like, you know, it's 2 PM and you're trying to sleep, but they're like playing Call of Duty and yelling. What if they have a party and they have they have a party, they bring their friends over, and all their friends have this mute box or whatever they call it over their face?
Mute talk.
Mute talk.
Mute yourself. Say while gaming, so you're less of a disturbance.
Yes. Yes.
And then there's the SkyTed silent mask. Wear it when you don't want people around you to hear you.
This must remain confidential.
It's made of acoustic absorbing materials. If you find your own bodily functions absorbing, a French health tech company is developing U-Scan. Attach it inside the toilet bowl.
Oh no!
Analyze your stream of health.
I mean, in a certain respect, that's cool because, like, you could just pretty much do like a quick health check with your pee. You know, sure, but also like the idea that it's connected to an app on your phone. You know that data is being sent to some warehouse and then being shipped out to other people. Someone's gonna have intimate knowledge of the contents of your shit and piss. Like, how comfortable would anyone be with that? I guess I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I should try to talk myself into this. I mean, it would be worthwhile to know, I guess, the very intricate details of what's going on inside of my body whenever I need to take a piss. Is it just pee? I'm guessing it's just pee. I'm guessing a stool analyzer would be a little bit more complicated. Although, who knows? Maybe that's something that's in the works. But maybe I shouldn't poo-poo this, pun intended. I mean, it could be like, I know that I just got a shipment of Pretty Litter for my cats, and Pretty Litter is basically the same thing, maybe a little bit more analog. It's just it's litter that changes different colors based on your cat's pee, so you can determine if they're having some sort of internal problem. If their pee indicates that they're healthy, or if their pee indicates that they're not getting enough of this or that, or maybe getting too much of this or that. It's a pretty neat thing. I haven't used it yet because I still have my old litter in there, so it's just sitting on a box right over there. But it's kind of cool that they have that you can use to monitor your cat's health without having to go to a vet. A loose monitoring of your cat's health, at least. Maybe this is just that for humans. You know, maybe I shouldn't mock it right away. Maybe I shouldn't mock it right away. I would like to know what my vitamin C makeup is.
You'll have to excuse me. I'm going to go test it.
The senior editor of Engadget, Daniel Cooper, was #1 tester at the show. It's the next best thing to your analysis, delivered in minutes to an app on your phone.
Yeah, I have optimal water balance.
Optimal water
Even
balance.
makeup has gone high-tech. From L'Oreal's smart lipstick applicator designed for beauty lovers with limited arm or hand mobility.
Okay, fair enough.
Brow Magic that lets you swipe a printer over your brows that uses cosmetic-grade ink to shape them. Or maybe
now that's fascinating. That's fascinating. Like, knowing how important eyebrows are to a lot of the women that I know. one of my best friends got her eyebrows tattooed. Actually, I think a couple of my friends got their eyebrows tattooed. Like, it's fascinating that they have this printer option now. It's like the in-between state, and it looks like the application is simple enough. I wonder how expensive this thing is.
L'Oreal's smart lipstick applicator designed for beauty lovers.
I don't know if
with
it's going to be a
limited
replacement for
arm and hand
microblading,
mobility,
but
to Brow Magic that lets you swipe a printer over your brows that uses cosmetic grade ink to shape them.
what is
Or maybe
cosmetic
you
grade
prefer
ink?
being nibbled. This Japanese stuffed animal made its return to the electronics show.
Nibble, nibble.
All it does is bite you?
It offers 24 nibbling patterns. It's finger licking good. Good for nothing. Genimos, CNN.
A gentle bite for a tender delight.
New York.
That's all it is? It's just a stuffed animal that bites you? Jeez. How devoid of fucking contact are you? You must be living in like the basement's basement. If you're that hard up for any kind of contact with a living thing. Like, I just need my stuffed animal to bite me. Just to know that I'm still alive. What's up, Gulps? Yep. Oh, I'm caught up. Oh boy, I mean, okay, so out of that lineup, I think maybe the P thing is probably the coolest, honestly. I mean, at least it has actual utility. The floating camera, that's too much. Like, that, I could see that, like, I guess maybe the way that they demonstrated it is a bit too much. Like, they tried to make it fun and lighthearted and kicky, but the only real way to advertise that is like at like some kind of weird, proto-military installation, like, or some, weapons manufacturer or military industrial complex contractor, like Raytheon, like in the offices of Raytheon are flying drone monitors for intruders. And it kind of looks like a scene out of Metal Gear Solid, where you just have like a couple of guards with guns standing on the corners, and in between you have the flying drone that just kind of goes on a pattern of patrol. Yeah, like I could see it being advertised in that capacity. Honestly, that's probably the capacity it'll be used in too. Not so much we left the faucet running. Like, that's not a good reason to drop 250 on a 24/7 flying surveillance bat. The mute thing, the mute mask for gamers. No utility there. That's just gonna end up floating in the ocean. The other mute mask for confidential conversations, it just looks like a COVID mask. I really, maybe it'll keep you silent, but what does it have? I'm guessing it has a mic inside of it, and then, yeah, it's probably like a Bluetooth thing, and there's a mic on the inside so that you can speak, and then I don't know quite how it's gonna be soundproof. I mean, I know people have a hard time hearing other people speak when they have a mask on, but it's not like you're completely inaudible. Lisa Marie Presley has died at 54. Rest in peace. Whatever. I only remember her from I think she was the one with the sham marriage to Michael Jackson. I remember that as a kid. That's really where my Lisa Marie Presley knowledge begins and ends. The biting toy, the biting stuffed animal. Sure, why not? I'm sure a kid would like it. I guess the P thing is the only one that had any real utility. There's the stuffed animal. Oh, the microblading thing. Or the printing eyebrows. Yeah, I could see this popping off too. Like, this would actually make a pretty good, I know this would make a good, Christmas present for several people I know. That would be cool. It seems cool. Like, if you're a cosmetic type of person, if you're into that, I can see this being a cool thing. As far as the lipstick applicator, I mean, people with limited mobility, sure, why not? I don't have a problem with that. That seems like it has a functional purpose. No big deal there. This seems to have like the most actual like utility though. Like you can actually monitor your urine on the fly. I don't know if it provides like, you know, information for drug tests. I don't know if it's testing for controlled substances or anything like that, but you know, it'd be cool to know your vitamin makeup, your mineral makeup, H2O makeup. Yeah, the mute mask, disinterested. This mute mask, only as a gag gift. Only if you want to tell someone to shut the fuck up. Yeah, and then this thing, meh. I can only see it patrolling a military installation, to be honest. That was CNN's rundown. Let's see what The Verge has to say. What CES 2023 taught us about the year ahead in TVs. Oh, jeez. Well, I mean, they're only going to get more expensive, I imagine. I don't know. I like the TVs I have. They aren't like great. They aren't top of the line, but I don't need top of the line. I don't have Google Fiber, so what good am I going to get out of an 8K fucking TV if I, you know, have shitty internet? I'm not going to be able to stream at that rate. Another CES has come and gone. After spending a few days reflecting on what I saw at the big trade show, it's clear that 2023 will be a relatively quiet year for TVs on the whole. While there were no major breakthroughs or new standards demonstrated at the show, at least none that will make it. Okay, so they're basically saying the same thing. Like, it's a TV. $8K has totally stalled, and some TV makers are bailing. Alongside 4K models that nearly all consumers will buy, Samsung and LG both announced their latest 8K TVs at CES 2023. They didn't have much to say about the 8K content problem. Even after years of 8K being a fixture at the show, there's very little entertainment available to watch at such detailed resolution, and the problem is unlikely to be solved anytime soon. Instead, both companies talked up improved upscaling and AI-powered picture processing enhancements. Getting 4K shows and movies to look more 8K-ish seems to be the best option for the foreseeable future, if people can even tell the difference. And honestly, I don't think most people can tell the difference. You know, this is a great brand. The I don't even know how to pronounce it. Hisense? I guess Hisense? I have a Hisense in my no, that's an LG. I have a Hisense in my living room, and then I brought my friend a Hisense, or helped my friend buy a Hisense. I recommended it to her, and we set it up, and we watched Rings of Power on it. It looked fantastic. Like, this is a sleeper brand of TV, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm just, other than that, like, yeah, there's not much in the way of television. ExxonMobil accurately predicted climate change while publicly dismissing it. We knew that already. We knew that. And they're not going to suffer any consequence from it, so. Smart mixers, attractive AC units, a new smart smoke alarm, and a sorely needed smart lighting solution for the kitchen. Okay. The smart home at CES wasn't all matter. At The Verge, we covered the launch of literally dozens of new products at the big consumer tech show, from innovations in smart lighting and exciting products in the, okay, let's see what they have. GE Lighting solves the under-the-cabinet lighting conundrum. What, is that the wiring? A lot of people use smart LED strips to retrofit under-the-cabinet lighting, but it's not always an ideal solution. You need outlets in the right places, and corners can be a drag. There are also no hardwired solutions for smart color changing LED strips, or there weren't in the summer of 2020 when I remodeled my kitchen. I ended up using a dumb LED strip and a smart switch. GE Lighting has a solution. Patrick Miltner of GE Lighting showed me a sneak peek of a product company has coming later this year. A flat lighting panel that attaches under your cabinet with pre-installed screws, can be daisy chained together and hardwired or plugged in. They are part of GE's lighting solution. Okay, well, I mean, it looks okay. I'm disinterested. I thought it was going to be something better than that. Get your air conditioned with art. What? LG Art Cool Gallery is a mini split AC with a customizable 27-inch LCD screen. You see, now this is for you will see this AC unit in the same house that you're going to see that flying drone. Samsung turned your TV into art with its Frame TV, and now LG is turning your air conditioner unit into art with its LG Art Cool Gallery air conditioner. The wall-mountable mini-split AC unit has a digital photo frame, so it helps solve the problem of looking like an ungainly white appliance stuck on your wall. LG had a previous version of this product with an actual picture frame stuck on it, but for obvious reasons that did not look great. The new model swaps the physical for the digital with a 27-inch embedded LCD screen. Using the LG Think app, using the LG Think app, you can choose a frame. You can choose from a selection of images. Okay. Why would you need this? Why would you need well, I mean, okay. Is this for I guess it's like a wall unit AC? Is this like if you have an apartment with a window unit? You're gonna shove the window unit out the window, but like this is gonna be, I don't know, because then you'll be covering up your window. I don't know where you would use this. Like they don't have a good image of what the actual. This is the only picture they have? No, I don't want to download the picture. Are you kidding me? I mean, this doesn't. I don't know. I'm not sold. Smart lights that are cute as candy. Don't really care. A universal USB-C charging future could bring some savings to the smart home. This is a new trend in the smart home. Fewer and fewer products are shipping with these chunky chargers. For example, Samsung's new Smart Thing station can be picked up for $20 cheaper if you don't need the brick. It seems a universal USB-C charging future could not only help fix phone charging, but also bring some savings to the smart home. Well, all but your iPhone, because they will continue to use their own proprietary charger. As will all Apple products, so only if you want to go full Android. Stand mixers get smarter. LG puts a garden in a fridge. What does that mean? Taking the concept of farm to table a step further, counter to table produce had a hot moment at CES a few years back, with GE Appliances showing off a huge integrated growing and cooking kitchen, and Samsung and LG displaying large refrigerators that enabled you to grow your own crops. While a few startups have popped up since then, such as Aero Garden and Rise, the whole concept seems to have petered off. So I was excited to see the LG Tune and LG CES booth this year. An indoor gardening appliance that LG first announced at CES in 2022, the Tune looks like a wine fridge, but instead of perfectly chilling your chablis, it cares for your sprouts. Tune means sprout in Korean. And lettuce. Is that it? Well, I mean, I guess you aren't going to be growing ears of corn in there. With automated water, lighting, and climate control, it grows greens for you from all-in-one seed kits in 4 to 8 weeks. You order the kits from LG, and the Tune then works with LG's Think app. It's currently only in Korea, but the LG representative in the CES booth told me they are planning to bring it out in the US this year, about 1,300. I mean, I guess that's cool. Yeah, sure. Like, if you live in a city, that's cool. Otherwise, it'd be like, just go out and get yourself a cheapo little garden plot, like a community farm, a community garden. where you can pay like, I don't know how much it would be, some amount of money a month to have your own little plot of land that you can grow shit on. That would be all of this feels dystopian, and that would feel less dystopian than this to me. Smart smoke alarm, okay. CES 2023, Good Housekeeping Institute's top picks. Let's see what Good Housekeeping has to say. LG refrigerator with Mood Up. What the fuck is this? God, these press releases are just fucking garbage. I don't want to see that. Just a block of text. It looks neat, but I mean, they're not giving me like good images of it. The new LG Mood Up fridge is designed with color-changing LED door panels to add flexible aesthetic to your kitchen. That's kind of neat. Using the LG Think app, you can choose from 22 colors for the upper panels and 19 for the lower panels, or use, oh, that's weird. Why different number of colors per panels? I guess. It definitely wouldn't be worth the, I mean, what kind of fridge is this? If this is one of those fridges, it looks like it opens up outward. If it's one of those fridges where the bottom part, where the freezer is the bottom drawer, then I'm out. Those fridges suck. Loa, yo, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Are we getting any closer to getting to see your reactions to Sid Meier's Pirates? Close. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Inching ever closer. Inching ever closer. I'll be straight up honest with you. I was going through Steam. I was mad. I was mad because I was reflecting on how Sega continues to pretend like the Sega Saturn never existed. And I was wondering if they ever put out anything else from the Dreamcast. But when I looked up, they do have a Dreamcast compilation on the on Steam. It's a random collection of games, but I mean, the fact that they have one was cool. And that made me even angrier because it's like, why not do this for the Saturn? So I typed in Saturn in Steam to see what would come up. And 2 games popped up. Nights into Dreams, which, cool. I have that on my Saturn. And Power Slave, a remake of a first-person shooter that came out on the Saturn and PlayStation that I was always curious about, but never had a chance to play. Couldn't find it. It's kind of a hard-to-find game. But there was a remake of Power Slave that came out in like 2020. So I might play that. I don't know, man. I don't know. I might play Pirates. You know what? Executive decision. You came onto the stream. You're a good chatter. I'm gonna do Pirates. I just chose Pirates over Power Slave just for you. Let me see if I can. When I'm done with my stories here, I'll pop it on. Let me see if I can. One Piece Odyssey. One Piece was something I could just never get into. Oh wait, that's just gonna bring up Civ. Add to cart. Purchase for myself. Now, there is a chance that this game just flat out won't work for me. I will warn you on that one. These older titles, they're kind of hit or miss. There it is. And it is down. Jesus, man. The era of gaming when a game was only 794 megs. All right, it's ready to go. There you go. I miss Pirates. Played it on my Commodore 64 when I was a kid. Commodore 64. Thank you. So be it. You tried. No problem. Let me see if there are any other cool things from CES. Seems like we've kind of run aground on the kind of cool tech. Like we're out of ideas. We're out of ideas on cool tech. And now we're just like, we're wasting resources just making the weirdest shit. What is this? Food waste fertilizer composter. Okay, well that's not bad. That's kind of, I mean, I watched the video over this one. The U-Scan by Withings is a cartridge-based platform designed to detect, measure, and analyze biomarkers in urine at home. You just put this little thing in your toilet, you pee on it, and then it connects to an app on your smartphone and analyzes the contents of your pee. Lets you know if everything is on the up and up or if there's something you need to worry about. While it is not a medical device, it's a convenient way to better understand your health. At launch, there will be 2 cartridges, a cycle sync for help tracking menstrual cycles and NutriBalance for tracking hydration and nutrition. Personally, I can't wait until it can quickly test for UTI. Ooh, UTI strains. Interesting enough. Never thought about the UTI component of it. Geneverse Home Power 1 Pro. Wait, what the fuck is Geneverse? Oh wait, this is a power station. Okay, I thought this was like gonna be like a home 23andMe kit. A few years ago, you'd be hard pressed to find a single backup battery. Okay, backup battery, no big deal. And yet, we still won't make smart guns that a 6-year-old can't use to shoot a teacher. Sad situation. That's brutal, man. I saw that news story about the 6-year-old. Like, literally toddlers. Like, toddlers going to school and becoming school shooters. Like, it's outlandish. And I know that they have I forget who, but someone made a gun that only discharges when like it registers the biometrics of its owner. Like, I don't understand why that can't just be a common thing, but yeah, at some point we're gonna get to a point where there will literally be like a baby in diapers crawling that does like a mass shooting somewhere. It's insane. It's insane. And that's really the kind of tech that we should be investing. Like, all of this shit is just so frivolous, and this is all going to end up floating in the ocean. Like, we should be investing in tech that actually solves our societal problems, or at least, you know, purports to solve our societal problems. I guess this might be the closest one to that. We do have, you know, healthcare is trash in this country for a variety of reasons. So anything that can help us better understand our health condition without having to, you know, go to a doctor for those who don't have health insurance or anything like that, like, that's good. It's got to be beneficial. Although I have to imagine if you don't have health insurance or can't afford it, chances of you being able to afford this thing are probably going to be slim. Toddler purposely capped a teacher. It can't because the gun instantly keeps it off the market. Wait, am I reading? I think this thing is cutting off my... Oh, okay, yeah. Can't because the gun industry purposely keeps the gun off the market. H&K made one, but hit huge resistance. Gun violence is a healthcare issue, especially depending on your neighborhood. Yes, it is. Absolutely. It absolutely is. You know? I mean, I really don't know what to say beyond that. Like, we're at the point now where there is no... There needs to be no other conversation around gun control. Everybody knows what the problem is. Everybody knows who the problem people are. Everybody knows what the solutions are. I mean, we're at the point where there's just no more talking about it. It's just we either succumb to the shooting gallery that all of our schools have become and all of our public places have become, or we just do the things that are necessary to actually curb it. And it seems like we've chosen the shooting gallery route. There's nothing more beyond that point. The problem is having honest conversations. People hide behind rhetoric. I mean, honestly, it's not even that, man. Like, most people, even most conservatives at this point, like voters, not the politicians, but like most conservative voters are even like, well, I mean, we need to have more gun controls than we have now. Like what we have now is not working. Like, you know, even like NRA members are like, yeah, we need to, you know, clamp down on this shit. Like the conversations have been had at length, you know, and the disastrous impact of our completely lax gun laws are on full display almost every single day, and to a horrific degree, some days more than others. I mean, they're all horrific, but a 6-year-old. So like, we're past the point of like convincing people. Everybody who is ever going to be convinced is convinced. And the majority of them are on the side of more strict gun control. Like, now we're at the point of, okay, this isn't translating into government action for whatever reason. We need to figure out those reasons, and we need to figure out how to not even circumvent. We just need to destroy the thing that's stopping the progress that the overwhelming majority of American people want. Destroy that thing. That's the only way around it. There is no way around it. The only way is through it. You gotta destroy it. You know, like, we're at that point now, and I think that's the hang up. Like, people don't recognize that point. People don't recognize that there's way too much liberalization of political discourse in this country, where everybody thinks there's some idea of we're all just going to hold hands, we'll work together, and, you know, you're going to compromise here and there, we'll compromise here and there, and then we'll just work this all out. It's like, no, sometimes there is no compromise. Sometimes you just bulldoze. You just got to, like, the opposition has no compromise in them. Like, the gun lobby has no compromise in them. Weapons manufacturers have no compromise in them. So, you know, run them over. You got to just go through them. That's the only solution at this point, you know. And it isn't going to be until you get to the point where you know, the overwhelming majority of people are ready, willing, able, and eager to do that things are going to change. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. People are still relatively comfortable in their lives, so long as people have that level of comfort, you know, the shooting gallery is just going to be our day-to-day occurrence. Well said, Shooting Gallery of America. The filibuster is what holds up most progress at this point, or almost every point of legislation. Yeah, I mean, the filibuster is a big one. I get the sense, though, honestly, I think the filibuster is just an excuse. I feel like if they did get rid of the filibuster, and I think they should get rid of the filibuster, then all you'll see then is just like a couple more Democratic senators that won't go along with gun control, you know, reform. Whereas now it's like, oh, it's I don't even know what the makeup of the Senate is now, but it was like, you know, it's 50, it's like 40 or 48, 51 against, and, you know, or 40 or 50-50 or whatever, but like they're gonna do a filibuster or whatever. You know, I forget how it actually functions right now. I'm not really thinking about the functions of the Senate properly, but, you know, there will always be a spoiler unless there's just like an overwhelming supermajority. Like, you have an actual 60, like back in Obama's first term when they had 60 Democratic senators for a while, you know. It's a crime. Like, of all the things, you know, that I could bemoan from the Obama administration, and there are many, like, the biggest crime the Obama administration administered was the inability to use, even if it was for a brief period of time, you know, even if it was just for a few months, you have 60 votes in the Senate, and you didn't strong arm every single piece of legislation that you possibly could within that time frame? Can you imagine what Republicans would do if they had control of the House and they had 60 votes in the Senate? There wouldn't be a single thing that they want to do they wouldn't do. Just do it. Everything, like healthcare, whatever healthcare plan you want. They didn't get a Republican vote for Obamacare anyways. After all of like the capitulations and the compromises and watering down their own legislation, they still got 0 Republican votes. So they didn't need to do any of that. And they passed it with 0 Republican votes. They didn't need to do any of that. They could have just, passed whatever bill they wanted to pass. Could have been anything. Pass it. 60 votes. Just get it done. Minimum wage. Obama's the only president, like 3 presidents in the modern American age who don't have their signatures attached to minimum wage legislation. That's Ronald Reagan, Gerald Ford, and Obama, Barack Obama. And it's a crime that he is amongst that company for not passing minimum wage. When at a period of time he had 60 votes in the Senate. Pass minimum wage. 60 votes. Just get it done. Who cares what the Republicans argue about? None of them are going to vote for it anyways. So fuck them. Just do it. Gun reform. You have 60 votes. Just do it. So long as you have those 60 votes, just do whatever the fuck you want. Now we have a 2-seat majority, 52-49. Okay, I got you. So that just means 2 other Democratic senators are going to start becoming very concerned about the direction of, whatever. They flip over. Rotating villain. Well said, failure to use the electoral capital that was available to accomplish more aggressive legislation was Obama's unfortunate legacy. Yeah, it was. It really was. And we're suffering from it now. Like, you have 60 votes, dude. Codify Roe v. Wade. We wouldn't be dealing with the psychotic Supreme Court, at least on that capacity, if you had codified Roe v. Wade when you had 60 votes. But you didn't. Voting rights, they were doing voter suppression shit way back then, too. Codify it in legislation. You have 60 votes. Just get it done. All of this shit. I don't know if you'll ever see a 60 seat majority in the Senate again. Like, things are so much more. Our electoral politics are so much more stratified and polarized that I don't think you'll ever get to see a 60 seat majority, or even probably a 50, 58, 57, maybe 56. It's possible to see a 56 seat majority, but like going north of that, I think is going to be incredibly hard going forward. So, that was the biggest wasted opportunity imaginable. Ring car cam. Wait, so is this just like a dashboard cam? When your car is in motion and parked? Okay. Baby Art convertible car seat. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Artesian duet? What the fuck? Oh, it's a cocktail maker. Light Tint Air. Jackery, a brand known for its innovative portable solar and backup power solution, recently announced the Light Tint Air, eco-minded outdoor living solution. Oh God. Outdoor living solution. Why not just call it a tent? Just call it a tent, not an outdoor living solution. Makes it sound like, a lot of you are going to lose your home soon, and if you're going to be living out in the woods, you're going to want to have a living solution that is eco-minded and comfortable, a luxury living solution while you're living in a tent city. For those keen on camping, this portable self-inflating tent is designed to be water and weather resistant. Outfitted with solar panels on the canopy, it's also able to provide 1,200 watts of power, enough to charge its built-in storage modules. Well, that's kind of neat. Give it time, I think Trump has destabilized the future of the Republican Party, and as it declines, conservatives like David Brooks, New York Times, will eventually become Democrats by default. I mean, but those kind of Democrats aren't quality Democrats. Those are the kind of Democrats that I'm talking about when I say, when you have a 52 to 49 seat majority, you're going to get a couple of Democrats that are like, oh, I find myself suddenly concerned about the influence that the radical left has on the Democratic Party. We need to reach out across the aisle, and we need to find middle ground. I'm going to work with my Republican colleagues and find middle ground so that we can come to a sensible and reasonable. And those guys are always going to be the ones that tank any kind of even tangentially progressive legislation. So David Brooks, he can stay where he's at. Either become an independent or work in the Republican Party to make it not psycho anymore. But we don't need those guys sabotaging left movements. I mean, I do agree with you generally speaking that Trump has destabilized the Republican Party, but I kind of agree with you on that. The Republican Party, they're doing what they've always done. They're just more brash about it. They're just more brash about it is all. So the voters are still there. The voters are still going to be voting for those dudes. I can't tell you how many years I've read headlines that is the death of the Republican Party, only to watch them sweep into majority years later. So I would caution you against singing a eulogy for the GOP just yet. Yo, William, what's up? Dinos, Democrats in name only. Yes, there are a lot of those dudes out there. Or maybe it's not in name only. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding on what an actual Democrat means nowadays. Maybe to be a Democrat means being a subservient to the Republican Party. If that's what it is, then be upfront about it at least. Be honest about it. Don't sit there and act like you're some paragon of progressive virtue only to completely sandbag your own agenda. That's the frustrating part when you see all these dudes campaigning to raise the minimum wage or campaigning to support this or support that. And then the second they get in a position to do it, all of a sudden they start hemming and hawing and oh, well, we really can't do that right now. Or, I suddenly feel that's like Kirsten Sinema. Kirsten Sinema was a psycho-anarchist, and then the second she started touching a little bit of that Senate money, all of a sudden she's voting thumbs down on raising the minimum wage. So it's oh, okay, so nothing's changed. It makes no difference whether you're a raging anarchist with blue hair or if you're, some 60-year-old silver-haired cowboy roasting steaks out on the range talking about your gun rights. Makes no difference if the vote's the same. If the vote's the same, then you get the same outcome either way. So, they will caucus with Democrats at any rate, independent or not. Their base is more hardcore, but they are losing numbers as they age out and pass away. You would be surprised at. I think you might be surprised at how many people. There are a lot of people that kind of morph into conservatives as they grow in years, particularly as they accrue wealth, property. Like, property is the main thing. If the Republican Party wanted to grow more conservatives, the number one thing that they would put on their agenda would be expanding the amount of people that own homes. Like, you want to see a motherfucker get conservative? Let them own a home. They will get real conservative real quick, you know? They will be all about supporting police. They will be all about, oh man, these property taxes. We got to do something about cutting these taxes, you know? They will get real conservative when they actually own some land or a home or something. And I think a major contributing part of why younger generations are more progressive than older generations is because younger generations don't have the opportunity to do that. That route, the path towards conservatism was cut off from them by conservatism, oddly enough. So it's still there though. Like, it's still there. And I don't know if the older generation aging out is going to be enough to offset, I don't know if it's going to be offset by the younger generation kind of aging into conservatism. Maybe it's possible. I think you could make a case that we've seen some signs of that with the results of the last midterm, but that's not something I'm going to bank on. I'm not somebody that's going to be like, well, we just need to wait for this certain subset of voters to die, and then things will change. Then things will get better. I don't quite subscribe to that. I think that there are so many shifting demographic changes that it kind of changes the board every time, right? Dido, good one, William. 2 points. That lady makes me want to vomit. In the last 2 election 4 years, Latinos are the only growing segment for Republicans at the moment. But I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, like against what would traditionally be viewed as common political sense, the Republican Party is making huge gains with Latino voters. Used to be common political sense that as the Latino voter base grew, the Democratic voter base grew, which is a driver in Republican Party policy for, towards immigration reform. The whole, build the wall, kick out all the illegals, etc., having all of these strict immigration laws, and then even rescinding some of the immigration laws we have on the books today. A lot of that is driven by the old political ideology that as more Latinos go into the voting demographic, the more power Democrats will have. But that's not how it's bearing out. Quite the opposite. The more that the Latino voter base is growing, the more that the Republican voter base is growing. Crazy to think about, but I mean, it's true. It's true, and it's very true here in Texas too. So, that's also a reason why I think that the whole, they're older voters, they'll die out, and then younger voters will replace them and be more progressive. That's another reason why I think that that's not quite something that you want to put your hat on, because, yeah, you have sections of the voting base that are, like the Latino vote, that are skewing more Republican with each election cycle. And don't know if that trend is going to continue, but if it does, then that kind of negates whatever gain you were hoping to make from the older voter base, passing away. Yeah, people pull up the ladder and it makes home ownership a dream for younger people. Yeah, I mean, and home ownership is the fastest route to conservatism. I seen it firsthand. It's funny too, because it's like, I get it. I understand. Like, I'm not even mad about it. It makes sense. If you have a house, you want to protect it. Not just because it's the place that you live and like your family lives. You want it to be safe. You want the neighborhood to be safe. You want to make sure that you're safe if you go to the store, your kids are playing outside, etc., etc. Makes 1,000% perfect sense. But also in America, like, home ownership has become the primary vehicle for accruing wealth. And most people have given up on the idea that they're just going to work somewhere and make enough money to live comfortably, or they'll be able to retire. A lot of people, especially in my generation and younger, completely abandon the notion that retirement is a legitimate option for them in the future. All pretty much have surrendered to the idea that we're working until we die. And the only way out of that, I mean, it's a big contributing factor as to why we live in the scam economy right now. Whether it's Bitcoin scams, NFT scams, robo scams, calling you about your car's extended warranty. I just got a text earlier today, somebody trying to scam me. When you get one of those texts from a number that you don't have saved, where it's just like, are you okay? And it's just trying to bait you into responding. Got one of those texts, like those scams, and all sorts of scams going on. Like, scamming is a great way to ensure your future. You know, if you can get somebody on the hook, like all these multi-level marketing pyramid schemes that are out there, you know, that crypto dump and pump or pump and dumps, like scams are the only way to ensure that you're going to have any kind of financial solvency in the future, really. And it used to be home ownership. Like, in addition to just having a safe place for you and your family, if you had a home, you were also invested in having your property, the property value of your house increase year by year. Because then the equity you have in your house increases, and that increases just the amount of money you have available to you, you know, in addition to the stability that you have in your elder years. You know, not having to rent. If you just owned your own home after you retired and your home was worth like X amount more than when you purchased it years ago, I mean, you're set. You know, toss in a decent social security check, maybe even a pension, you're good to go. But all of those things aren't an option. We all, like a lot of people in my generation and younger, have come to the realization that those things will likely not be an option, you know, going forward. Like I still don't have my own home. I still rent. I'm 40 years old. I'm in a position now where I possibly can buy a home here in the future. I'm going to try, but what am I going to do? Am I going to do a 30-year mortgage when I'm 40? I'm going to be working to pay off my mortgage, you know, to my 70s? That sucks. I mean, I guess I could do a 15-year, but then my payments are going to be fucking astronomical, because those things aren't favorable too. So like anybody that's bumping up into my age range that hasn't like fucking locked it down, you know, you're in for some hard times. And I'm in for some hard times in the future. So yeah, like, you know, it's a reason why younger generations are more progressive right now. And if you want to bleed that progressivism out of the younger generations, let them own homes. Let them own homes, and then you'll see it happen naturally. Dude, for real, you and your friend need to start an Austin, Texas politics podcast. I will support you. Well, maybe. I'll talk to Justin about it. I'll see if he's interested, if he has the interest. I don't know if he will. We always have interesting discussions. Actually, you know what? Now that you just reminded me of something. Sometime, oh, when was it? Was it a year ago or so? I think it must have been last year. Let me check my content here. November. Oh, this was almost 2 years. This was 2021. Okay. Yeah, back in November of 2021, I actually had a video that Justin and I did. We got to a big discussion. This was just after, I think the Republicans had won the gubernatorial race in Virginia. We had a big discussion about it. It was fun and interesting, but I never published the video because I was like, well, for starters, it's an hour and 32 minutes, and it's all politics. And I like talking politics, but at the time I was like, I don't know if I want my channel to be like this heavy on politics. Like, I like gaming. I like talking about gaming news. I like talking about movie news. You know, I like doing that sort of stuff. And I kind of want to keep the channel, you know, light in that capacity. So I kept it as an unlisted video. I can share it for you if you want to watch it and see those old ass thoughts. But I sometimes I watch it and I'm like, maybe I'll start another channel where, you know, I just do political talk. I'm not completely down on the idea of it, but you know, I need to think about it a little bit more. I need to think about it a little bit more, is I guess the takeaway there. But I appreciate your support. You've mentioned that to me before, and I have talked about it, you know, with friends in the past, but we'll see. Stuff like this Optimus Prime robot was the coolest thing at CES. I mean, CES seemed like it was full of trash stuff anyways, but I mean, a transforming Optimus Prime, a self-transforming Optimus Prime is always cool. Oh, it's at RC. That's even cooler. You know, if this had come out when I was a kid, my head would have exploded. I mean, I was a big Transformers fan as a kid. Like, if I saw this thing at a Toys R Us or a KB Toys, I would have had a heart attack. I would have died on the spot. Is it like speaking or something?
He's ready for action.
Oh my God.
Oh, it's sidestepping. You can make it walk? Oh, he's doing push-ups.
How do I get one of these?
Damn, that's very cool. It's kind of big too. Okay, yeah, that wins CES. No need for any more CES talk. James Cameron Avatar team. I'll talk about this later. I promised Max and Dial that I would share my thoughts on Avatar 2. They both know that I hate it. I hate Avatar 2. But this is kind of a funny story. I'll talk about that later. I'm not an Avatar fan. I think James Cameron is kind of a doofus, honestly. Like, he's been popping off at his mouth about Marvel and DC and franchise, and it's like, dude, you're doing the same thing. You're doing literally the same thing as the shit that you're bemoaning. Like, what are you doing over here? Like, you're trying so hard to make Avatar exactly what the MCU is. Like, you're not better than them. I don't know why you think you're better than them. You're not. No, this sounds like a podcast, a separate entity, a different audience or niche, but your area needs it. I work in politics, and I assure you there is a generation of young kids getting engaged who want to get some wisdom from people twice their age that they feel like they can relate to. Just my 2 cents. Okay, well, I mean, that's cool. I don't know if I'm that person, but you know, I'm willing to give it a shot always. If nothing else, you know, I do have fun talking about politics. It's interesting. It's interesting. I don't know if you were in the stream earlier tonight when I played a clip from the Majority Report. I do want to watch that full interview on this stream, and I will do that probably. I want to do it when Justin can come back, when he's recovered from COVID and he can come over. So maybe next week, but it's a great interview. It was fantastic, and I remember when I listened to it live, I was like, "This is incredible!" Like, I need to play this and then talk about it because it just covers so much ground so succinctly. I missed it. Okay, well, it was just a little tidbit I played from an interview he did about copyright law and and the bit that I played was about the FTC's recent decision to kill non-compete clauses and the impact that's going to have on worker wages. You wouldn't think that would have an impact just hearing it, tangentially, but when they talk about, how non-compete clauses are used to suppress worker wages, it makes perfect sense. So, it's a fantastic interview. I'll play that at some point in the future here. All right, Sid Meier's Pirates. Let's see if this thing can work. This game came out in 2004? Was it 2004? 2005. Okay. Well, it's gonna be a dice roll here. It's gonna be a dice roll. What do you do for? I mean, you don't have to tell me the specifics, but like, what is your role in politics again? I forget. I know you mentioned that you worked in. Oh shit! It's spinning. The wheel is spinning. Wait, what is going on? Oh no, I messed up the view. Okay, it sounds like it's... What the fuck? What is happening? Why do I have two little tiny chat windows here? What's going on? Oh, okay, I must have... Okay, I see what I did here. Alright, let's see if I can get this thing to display. I can hear it. It's running. There we go. All right. All right. You know what? Before I get started, I have to use the bathroom, so give me 1 second. Alright, you gonna sit in my lap while I play this? It's gonna make it uncomfortable. It's gonna make it uncomfortable. Let's see if I can turn this volume down some. Oh, ow, ow, ow. Okay, never mind. Go on. You do need to use your claws to do that. What is going on here? No, I'm not trying to load a game. There we go. I'm a field organizer this last time for a congressional race in Illinois. I recruit and send people out to knock doors and make phone calls. Oh, awesome. That's cool. Oh, wait. Their fleet was due to arrive on the morrow. I missed the first part of this narrative, carrying both their hopes and their salvation. Ah, Jesus Christ. Why is it so loud? I hate how games just have to be so incredibly loud at the start. Is it not going to load for me now? What the fuck? Come on, man. It's not bringing the screen up for me right now. Because unfortunately... Oh, God. Now what is this? I think it just crashed. You see, the problem is... The problem is... It doesn't give me an ability to set options right when I launch the game. So it launches in full screen... And it launches with like the volume maxed out. So whenever I try, what I did was I had to click over into my Streamlabs to turn the desktop volume down. But because I was clicking out a full screen mode, it did not like that. And alt tabbing is a notorious way to get a full screen game to crash. So I've got my desktop audio down a bit now. Let me see if I could relaunch this. And start it up with more success. Just give me the options right at the start, man. What the fuck? Why you gotta make me go through a big cinematic just to adjust my settings? It messed with my StreamYard chat too, so now I can't see both of my chats. I don't think anyone's watching on Twitch right now. But if you are, sorry. I can only see my YouTube chats right now. God damn. What the fuck? There's a line that says system options below play pirates. Oh, change your system. Okay. Why doesn't it just say options? Why does it say... Because I saw the change and I didn't read the rest. I'm not a reader. Audio settings. Fucking let's turn this all the way down. Video settings. Can I not play windowed mode? Wait, did it not accept the settings? It wouldn't let me click yes. There we go. Now it let me click yes. Picture gamma, water detail, object control, world detail, change video resolutions, enable shadows. So it won't let me play. It won't let me do this in windowed mode. Well, I gotta change my... Hopefully this doesn't crash it because I have to change my thing now. changing the resolution made my windows smaller. So if I want to see chat, I'm going to have to do this and hope that going back into the game doesn't crash it. Cool. I'm going to turn this down a little bit more. Actually, I'm going to turn it up a little bit more. Because I forgot that I know what I'll do. I know what I'll do. I'll turn it up to about right here. And then I'll just turn the volume on my mic down. So that you still get good volume, but I'm gonna attempt clicking out of this thing one more time. Okay, I'm gonna bump that back up to normal. And then I'm gonna click back into the game and hopefully, fingers crossed. Awesome. So now you get some good game audio. Hey, yo, what's up, Vince? How you doing? Hope you're having a good night. Bump that up just a little more. Here we go. It began with a celebration. Indebted for years to the Marquis de la Montalban, a family's prosperity was soon to be restored. Their fleet was due to arrive on the morrow, carrying both their hopes and their salvation. But the celebration was befouled by an unwelcome guest. The Marquis himself arrived bearing ill tidings. The fleet had been lost, and the debt had come due. The family's property was seized, and they were pressed into bondage. But one of them would not be a slave. And so it was that the brave young scion escaped his family's fate, swearing to save them and one day avenge the Marquis's foul deed. 10 years later, now grown to his full measure, the young adventurer began his quest to find his family and restore their fortune. Okay, so if you be looking for passage to the Americas, you can sign up here. Incognito? That's not a very... Okay, I see you. That name was a little too obvious. I'm doing good, just playing a game and saw you were live. Hey, well, thanks for stopping by. What were you playing? Are you still on your EVE Online kick? This guy seems like a Rex to me. I'm gonna call him Rex. He just strikes me as a Rex. You need to sign on the part of the crew. The captains at yonder table will gladly take you aboard. There be French, Spanish, Dutch, and English ships looking for able-bodied lads such as yourself. Take your pick. Sign on board with the English. Sign on board with the Dutch. That guy looks... Sign on board with the Spanish, or sign on board with the French. Take your pick of colonizers. Either of you ever play MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries? Nope. I have never, as much as I like mechs, I have never played a MechWarrior game. Not once. Eve, lol. I figured it was Eve. It was worth asking anyways. Okay, the Spanish rule the most, but they are also the most numerous targets to raid. Interesting. I don't trust the French at sea. The French don't seem like the seafaring type. Look at this guy. He's got a real fat chin, too. That's the fat face of someone who sits on their couch at home and definitely doesn't do a lot of hard labor on the open seas. I don't think I trust this dude. The Spanish I do trust, but you just told me that they're frequently attacked, so I don't know if I want to deal with that, you know, as I'm learning how to play this game. Dutch, French, and English all fight the Spanish. Of course, that's the plight of the Spaniard. Sign aboard with the Dutch or the English. Well, I don't trust the English in general, just as a general rule of thumb. So France and England are out. Although, you know what? I do have an affinity for the French language. I like studying it in school. I want to learn it. I want to relearn it again. I would like to go to France. Actually, in the COVID year, 2020, it was initially my plan to celebrate my birthday that year by going to Lyon and Nice. Obviously, COVID tanked those plans, but you know, maybe I should pick France. Maybe I was too hard on this guy. The major money is the Spanish silver train and Spanish treasure fleet. Find them and plunder them, and you will be rich. Been to Lyon and Nice, both pretty and good food. Oh man, I'm jealous. All right, I'm choosing the French then. Welcome aboard, Mr. Rex. We sail with the tide. All right, well. Damn, there was no confirmation of that at all. No, are you sure you want to pick France? They were just like, all right, we're on board. The captain drove the ship and her crew to breaking. Oh, that's a total labor violation right there. Jesus, where's OSHA at? This guy is... Wait, what? Push beyond decency, the crew mutinies. Wait, how did they get all the way up to the top of that thing? What did I just watch? Was that dude firing a cannon at his own ship? Free and under full sail, the ship and its crew at your command. You make your way into the Caribbean. All right, below deck style. A fortune to be had. A family to rescue. Revenge to be served. Your destiny awaits you. The French trading post of Martinique, population 2,000, is clean and prosperous. Merchants from this town often have a lot of sugar for sale. That sounds right. Do you talk to the governor, visit the tavern, trade with the merchant, consult with the shipwright? Let's check it on. Let's go to the tavern first. Graphics are amazing for the time it was made. 2005? Yeah, this is pretty good looking for a game from 2005. A motley collection of Martinique's finest have gathered at the tavern this evening. Who would you like to talk to? That dude. Oh, this is a group. This is a group selection. Or that guy in the corner. Let's talk to this group. The locals are mostly content, yet a eager band of 17 men offers to join your current crew of 40. Well, I mean, do I have the money to pay that? Do I gotta pay these guys? A motley collection, okay. So I guess I got crewmates. Do I have to pay those dudes? Like, how does that work? I'm a huge fan of the latest installment of MechWarrior. It's cross-platform. If you ever want to play, I would gladly pilot for you. MechWarrior 5? I'll put some thought into it. I'm sure I can run it on this machine. A mysterious traveler offers to sell you a signaling mirror. Rex, this will... hey, what are you doing? Why are you clawing me? All I'm doing is sitting here. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 2. That's why you're clawing me. All right, give me a second. Okay? Rex, this will signal passing ships and can be yours for only 900 gold pieces. Unfortunately, you only have 600 gold pieces. Okay.
Burrito brew.
Let's talk to the wench. Is this a wench? Jesus, she is fucking stacked. Blackbeard, the second most notorious pirate in the Caribbean, sails out of the pirate haven Port Cache near the city of Margarita. He's known to carry over 7,500 gold doubloons. Well, I'm just getting out on the sea. I'm not going to start off by attacking Blackbeard. Second-rate pirate, home port, Port Cache, last seen, Port Cache. Okay, well, what do you want me to do about this? I guess they're just marking it on the map for me. Have you been introduced to the governor of Guadalupe's daughter? They say she's a real beauty.
Shoot darn him.
Okay, well, I guess that's about all I can do here. Guess I'll go talk to the governor.
When in tall.
My dear Mr. Rex, please come in.
Don't impart.
You may be interested to know that we are at war with the evil Spanish. I don't know if I'm doing the French accent or not. I'm doing my best approximation. I am pleased to offer a letter of marque which authorizes you to plunder and sink the ships of our enemies. As this map will show, the nearest enemy city is the Spanish city of Trinidad, which lies a long distance to the south. Payment is all based on when you break... Wait, what? Payment is all based on when you break the crew and everyone gets a share at the end of the voyage. Before then, you have to keep their morale up by keeping the money coming in so they don't mutiny. Okay. You can break up and reform a crew a number of times. Wait, so if I don't break up a crew, I don't ever have to pay them? I just have to keep plundering? So, like, if I ever get to a point where the plundering starts to dry up, it's best for me to break my crew then? You gain crew members recruiting in tavern, or when you take another ship and recruit them. Okay. You are here, and they want me to go south to Trinidad. In fact, a juicy Spanish ocean bark was seen this morning headed in that direction. Au revoir, Mr. X. Oh, these colonizers. Eventually they will mutiny because their morale will drop and you won't be able to keep them happy. Okay. It sounds like this dude wants me to go to Trinidad. I don't even know. Consult with the shipwright. That's my ship, Revenge. Wow, what the fuck is a sloop? Okay, I've got no sail or hull damage. That's good. Upgrade triple hammocks. I'm not spending my gold on that. Grape shot, chain shot. Okay. Check status. 4 months of food. No luxuries, no goods, no spices, no sugars, but 8 cannons. Where do I see my crew morale? How do I see what my crew even is? Fleet status. Captain's log. Star date 011660. I visited the town of Martinique and spoke with the governor, who encouraged me to plunder Spanish ships docked at Trinidad. When they are permanently unhappy, you typically break the crew. Pro tip: get a bunch of them. Get a bunch of them killed before you break up the crew. Sloop is a smaller, faster ship. Okay, so it's a ship type. Will it explain that in this thing here? This is a big ass encyclopedia. What the fuck? God damn, dude. They're actually trying to teach me how to be a real damn pirate in this game. Sloop. Yes, small. Size, small. Turning radius, tight. Classification, warship. Maximum crew, 75. Maximum guns, 12. Maximum cargo, 40. Speed, fast. Best points of sailing. Broad beam reach. Oh, Jesus, fuck. What the fuck? Beam reach. Close hauled into the eye. What the hell? Into the eye of the wind. Wind blows from this direction. This is literally teaching me, like, sailing terms. Close hold. Running before the wind. Okay. Wait, go back to sloop. Best point of sailing is broad beam reach and broad reach. What does that mean? Where's broad reach? Broad beam reach and broad reach. So these are the best points of sailing. So what does that mean? Does that mean that, like, I sail best when the wind is coming from this direction, from these angles? The sloop is a Dutch-designed, small fore and aft rigged vessel equipped with 1 or 2 square sails before the mast. This vessel becomes very popular in the Caribbean during the 1630s and 1640s. It is extremely fast and exceptionally maneuverable, better than almost any other ship in light winds. In strong winds, though, a sloop can be considerably slower than a larger ship. Under oars, okay, interesting. Despite its modest size and cargo capacity, the sloop's maneuverability is so great that many buccaneers prefer it to larger, more powerful craft. Indeed, the English Royal Navy has built a number of sloops for its own use as pirate hunters. The sloop of war and royal sloop are larger variations of this vessel. Fascinating. Looks like I'm starting off with a pretty good ship then. This is a lot. This is going to tell you how to tack and jib. Doesn't go into that kind of detail, huh? I still don't know. Top 10 pirates. Henry Morgan. Who the fuck is Henry Morgan? Blackbeard, Captain Kidd, Jean Lafitte, Steed Bonnet, Laolani, Rock Brasiliano, Bart Roberts, Jack Rackham, and Rex. No surname, I'm just Rex. I'm like Sting. Well, I guess Leolianis is also like that. But man, I am significantly poorer than all of them. With no ships. No towns ransacked. Where's my crew? How do I figure out about my crew? I know I have... Okay, here it is. I have 57 crew members out of 75 max. I can't, like, examine my crew in any specific detail? Yes, the encyclopedia is very helpful, and it tries to be historically accurate. The sailing and sword fighting is a trip as well. This is a sim, like most Sid Meier games, all based on historical data. And yes, you got it. Good rating ship. Captain Henry Morgan of Captain Morgan's Rum. Oh, that's Captain Morgan? That's the fucking rum dude? Oh, shit. Okay. Captain Morgan, it's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I mean, I can't say that rum is my go-to, but, Wait, I just shot out. Where am I going? How do I control? Do I move? Do I steer it? We recommend using the keypad to sail your ship unless you are playing on a laptop computer. Refer to the keypad layout in the lower right menu. On the lower right corner of the screen. Keypad layout. What the fuck? I don't have that. Wait, I do. I do. It's just, I have a Bluetooth. I have a really small Bluetooth keyboard that doesn't have the numpad. But I also have a normal keyboard that's a lot bigger, takes up a lot more desk space, but I have it recessed into my desk. I'll just swap positions so I could use this. I guess it's, what, the numpad? Yeah, okay. Attack? Which ship will we attack with our flagship Revenge? 6 guns, 61 men? I have more guns. Okay, how do I do this shit now? Oh, shit. Hold on a second. Boom. Gotcha, bitches. Oh, shit. Ah, got out of the way. Fuck you. Steer into it. Steer into it. Boom. Oh, they just came up just short. I can't remember which side are my guns on. There we go. I'm wrecking these motherfuckers. I mean, this is some awkward ass controls, but all right. Which way is the wind? There we go. There we go. I have to refer to my information that I gleaned from that encyclopedia. Oops. Oh, man, I'm just... As your ship approaches, the enemy strikes her colors. A pretty pile of gold and plunder are yours for the taking. Ah, look at that! My first victory! Hell yeah! Doing a little jet? Oh, shit. Cat's free. What the fuck? How are you? What are you doing? You little weirdo? Just looking at me all... Okay. You can look at the crew, but I don't remember where you see it. You can close and board. You can close and board and sword fight, or you can broadside with cannons. Cannons are on both sides. You can also get different types of cannons shot. They either tear cells or kill people, etc. Huzzah! Yes! Yes! Let's see, what do I get? 13. Wait, what? 13 tons? Wait. I have 24. What? Tons must mean something different. Tons must mean something different than like 24 tons of food would spoil really quickly. Like, if it didn't spoil, 24 tons of food would last you like years. So tons must mean something different than what I'm used to. Got a bunch of luxuries. No goods. Some spices. I'll take that spice. No sugar and some guns. Let's take those guns. What shall we do with the enemy ship, Captain? Ocean bark, 80 tons. We need 18 of our 49 available crew to keep her sailing. No hull damage, but lots of sail damage. I don't know. What should I do? I don't think I'm ready for a second ship. How do I control 2 ships at once? Take all you have room for. No, it is barrels of trade goods. Okay, okay. All of it are trade commodities. Okay, cool. So this is just shit that I'm trading. And I got a bunch of gold from them too. Cool. I don't know. Do I want to... Wait, why does it change to... Why does it put everything back when I say sink her? I guess I have to keep the ship if I take the goods? Alright, well, I guess I'll have a second ship. I don't know what I'm going to do with the second ship. Are you just going to follow me? How do I repair its sails? I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to, I don't want to attack you guys. I'm going back to, Martinique. I need to figure out what I'm going to do with this ship. Your ship sail as fleet? Okay, yeah, I just figured that out. And you choose your flagship to lead it. You get more room for goods if you keep the ship. You can sell or repair the ship at a port, which is exactly why I pulled into this port. Because I want to take a look at this new ship, and I want to repair it. Okay, cool. Nothing new in the tavern? What's going on with the merchant? Is this where I sell my shit? I guess I don't want to... Wait, so what do I want to sell? What do I want to sell here? Do I want to sell my food? I feel like that's something I should keep. Do I want to sell the luxuries? I don't think I want to sell my guns. Because I need guns. Divide the plunder is break up the crew. I don't even know what you're talking about there. Was that an option that I missed? Oh, divide the plunder. Okay. Well, I don't even have that option right now. Well, I just sold all my luxuries. You make money by raiding and buying goods in ports where they are cheap and sell them in ports where they are priced high. Damn it, so I gotta pay attention. This is always, like in games where they have like markets like that, like where I have to like pay attention to fucking going rates here and there. I always do very poorly at paying attention to that shit. Well, I mean, all of this is found goods anyways. I took all of this off of a ship. I didn't buy it anywhere, so I guess it's all profit if I look at it that way. But do I need to keep food on board for my crew? Does my crew consume this food? If we run out of food, will they mutiny? Like, how does food work in this game? I'm thinking about it. I don't know if you've ever played Mountain Blade, but I'm thinking about this game on like Mountain Blade terms. Every port, every nationality will have different values at different times. You don't have to care if you steal all the goods you sell. Trading is optional, not required. Okay, good to know. Yes, crew needs food. Thank you for that. So I'll just keep my food where it's at. I'll just head out with what I have. You started your career in 1660, the Buccaneer heroes, as a French captain. You are currently an apprentice captain with skill at fencing. You are now 18 years old and in excellent health. Your crew of 57 is very happy. Very happy. All right, that's a good way to start. How do I save? How do I save the game? Oh shit. The fuck is going on here? Don't ram me, ship. I'm trying to get back to Martinique. Well, I don't want to abandon game, but will quit game save it? Hmm. Or you want to quit? It doesn't say anything about save. It's like, where do I save? You're just asking if I'm sure I want to quit. No, I'm not sure because I don't know if I'm saving. What is this? Well, I'm early enough in the game. I guess I could always get back to it later. If it doesn't end up saving, it's not a big loss. I'm just one battle in. Oh man, I hope it's saved. All right. That was fun. I like it so far. I guess I'll keep playing it. I mean, I still have to return to Tactics Ogre and beat that one, but Yeah, I liked it. It seems like it seems like the kind of game that I can get really into. So that's good. Thank you for the recommendation on that. It seems fun. It seems cool. I like that sailing battle. That was fun. Hopefully the fencing is just as fun. Today's Thursday, right? I guess, well, technically Friday now. So, let's see. Google says you can only save on the sea or inland, not in town. Well, damn. All right, well, next time I play this, then I'll be starting over from scratch. That's another thing I hate about these goddamn old-ass games. Like, saving... If it's one thing that I like about modern gaming, it's that they're just some normal conventions now, and saving is one of those things. Like, every game saves the same. You have checkpoints, you have automatic saves. You could always save from, like, the start menu, or at the very least from the options menu. Saving was always something different in these older games, and you could just never tell. And this game didn't even prompt you with a warning. Even when I tried to quit, it was like, this game, you will lose all your progress, or you don't have any saves, or anything like that. None of that. It was just like, you want to quit? Fine, you quit. You just lost everything, bitch. Your very happy crew is gone. You know, good luck next time. Damn. Why were old games so fucking rough? Apparently, how do you save in Sid Meier's Pirates is a hot topic on Google. Lots of threads. God damn it. See, that's what I'm talking about. See, that's making me mad now. That's making me angry. Oh well, I'll figure it out next time. I'm probably gonna stream tomorrow. I'll probably continue playing this tomorrow. So if you're like me and you have nothing better to do on a Friday night, then by all means, come back to the stream tomorrow and watch me play Pirates. As a little kid, this was one of my favorite games of all time. And this game is rough. You will be hunted by other nationalities and pirate hunters and military. Well, I mean, controlling it with the number pad is a little weird, but you know, it's fun. I'll get used to it, and once I get a little bit better at it, I'm down for the challenge. We'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. It does seem like it's gonna be fun though. Playing Gloomhaven tomorrow night, bud. I will watch after. What the hell is Gloomhaven? Gloomhaven. Sounds like a goth game. Oh, is it a board game? That's cool. You know, I do miss tabletop gaming. It's been a while. I got to get my old D&D group back together. I miss tabletop gaming. Oh, yeah. 1 second. Let me see. What the fuck? Why can't I? There, that's what I'm looking for. All right, well, you know, I'm going to take off. That's it for my stream tonight. If you, Loa, if you enjoy my political take, here's my my unposted video. If you want to watch that, and it's unlisted, so you should have access to it. It's not like privated or anything. But it was a fun discussion I had with Justin. And if I did a political podcast, it would probably sound very similar to that. So, you know, there's some secret content for you. But thank you for joining me tonight. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe not. If not, enjoy your weekend. Everybody else, enjoy your weekend, or join me tomorrow if you're able to. If not, I don't think I'm gonna stream on Saturday, but I might. We'll see. Playing it by ear. Playing it by ear. Good night, good sir. I will watch it while I water the garden tonight. Thank you very much, sir. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate it. Water the garden. That sounds relaxing. I'm going to go chill with my cats. They're getting antsy. Whenever I'm on the computer for too long, they always get antsy and start clawing at me. So I'm going to go chill with them for a bit and then get ready for my day tomorrow. So I'll see you guys later. Take care.